An opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. Silent prayer and meditation. You may be seated. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the Honorable Premier, MECs, the Honorable Chief, Deputy Chief Whip. I don't see the Chief Whip today. Strange. The presiding officers, Honorable Deputy Speaker is in the house. All honorable members that is part of these proceedings, the few in the gallery, right there in the dark corners that you can't even make out who's sitting there. Good afternoon to our house sitting and to those that is joining us. Unfortunately, we could not wait for you. Welcome to the house sitting, our second house sitting in April. We have quite a number of notices of motions. I think I am counting 9, if not 10, I think 9, that we have received for today. So please do bear with me, as well as remembering that I have indicated to honorable members when it comes to the part on the question paper that I will start at the back. I am sticking to that. I thought that the question paper for oral reply would have been done, but I think Advocate Beja, you are a stickler for protocol. in that respect, it remains as such. But let's start with the notices of motion. I will call out all the names so that we make sure that I have not left anybody out. Honorable Fishlane, Honorable Jajubana, Honorable Bedosa, Honorable Aloni, Honorable Hendricks, Honorable Kotoi, Honorable Odendaal, Honorable Mogatosi, Honorable Everts, in that order. Honorable members, can we then start? Honorable Fishlane, we start with yourself. Good afternoon, Honorable Chief Whip. I could not wait for you, and you are welcome. Honorable Fishlane, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice in terms of Rule 130. Okay. I sit down? Do I sit down? Oh, I thought you say I must sit down. All right. Honorable Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that this House notes with profound sadness and grave concern the untimely passing of Sisonke Mbolekwa, a promising student from Walter Sisulu University, who was allegedly shot by a residence manager amid tensions regarding living conditions at the Nelson Mandela Drive campus student residence. He was shot together with 2 other students, Lizwan Zumo and Dando Qetwa. We recognize that with deep concern that this tragic incident occurs in the context of ongoing disputes regarding poor living conditions at the student residence, highlighting serious issues that require urgent attention. Acknowledges the impact of the loss on the Walter Sisulu University student body, has lost a valued member and of its academic family. Extend its condolences to the family, friends, fellow students, and Sisonke Mbolekwa during the difficult time, and speedy recovery to those who are the surviving students. Expresses alarm at the violent nature of this incident that occurred within the precinct of the educational institution, where students should feel safe and protected at all times. Therefore, I move that the House observes a moment of silence in honor of Sisonke Mbolekwa and stands in solidarity with the students facing unsafe living conditions and living and learning conditions in South African institutions of higher learning. Calls upon the Department of Higher Education and Training to conduct a thorough, transparent, and impartial investigation to this incident, ensuring that justice is served. Urges the relevant authorities to immediately address the crisis of poor living conditions at the Walter Sisulu University residences and implement comprehensive measures to prevent similar tragedies. Supports fully the established independent commission to review safety protocols, grievance procedures, and living standards at all university residences nationwide. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable members, I put the motion for adoption. Thank you. Honorable Jajubana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House notes with profound pride that the 27th of April 2025 will mark 31 years since South Africa held its first democratic elections in 1994, a watershed moment where millions of South Africans were finally able to exercise their fundamental right to vote after centuries of colonial rule and decades of apartheid oppression. Recognize that prior to 1994, most of South Africans' population was systematically denied the right to vote based on a racial classification, with black South Africans subjected to discriminatory laws that excluded them from meaningful political participation and representation. Acknowledges the immeasurable sacrifice, unwavering courage, and relentless struggle of countless South Africans who fought against the apartheid regime, many of whom sacrificed their lives in pursuit of freedom, equality, and universal suffrage. Commemorates the momentous queues of voters on the 27th of April 1994 that stretched from kilometers across the country, which were powerful symbols of hope, determination, and triumph of democracy over oppression. Reflects on the long journey traversed from the Native Land Act of 1913, which dispossessed black South Africans of their land rights through the establishment of Bantustans with their puppet voting systems, to the ultimate achievement of democracy that recognizes the political dignity of all citizens regardless of their race and social class. That celebrates the transformation of South Africa from an international pariah under the apartheid to a constitutional democracy founded on principles of human dignity, equality, non-racialism, and national prosperity. Expresses concern that despite these significant achievements, many South Africans continue to face socio-economic challenges that undermine the right to that undermine the full realization of democratic vision established in 1994. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I move that the House reaffirms its unwavering commitment to protect, strengthen South Africa's democratic institutions, electoral processes, and the constitutional right of every citizen to vote. Urges government at all levels to continue addressing the socio-economic inequalities that persist as legacies of colonialism and apartheid. Recommends that educational initiatives be strengthened to ensure that younger generations understand the historical significance of struggle for voting rights and the value of democratic participation. That commits to uphold the democratic principles enshrined in our Constitution and to ensure that the voices of South Africans, particularly the previously marginalized, continue to be heard and respected in all public participation processes. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, we put the notice of motion for adoption. Thank you. I'm noting that Honorable Bedosa is not yet in the House. What we will do, we will just put it to one side at the expiry of the notices of motions. If she is not in the House by that time, she will forfeit her opportunity. I have no apology for her. Let's move on to Honorable Aloni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby move a motion without notice. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Am I clear now? Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I hereby move a motion without notice in terms of Rule 130 of the Standing Rules of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. Motion by the Economic Freedom Fighters supporting sustainable transformation of Mhlaba Tea Project. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to request that this House notes the recent request for a 400 million bailout by the Mhlaba and Majola Tea Estates, a project located in Lusikisiki, Eastern Cape, once the pride of local agricultural production and a potential mode of rural industrialization. Further notes that this is not the first bailout this project has received, and yet the fundamental issue of sustainability, community empowerment, and market competitiveness remain unresolved. Recalls that during the first debate of the 7th Parliament, the EFF raised the hypocrisy of this House and the government departments that claim to support rural communities and local economic initiatives. Yet, after the grand speeches in this chamber, we go on to drink fresh pack tea, while Mhlaba tea products produced by our own people gathers dust. We reiterate our call for government departments, municipalities, hospitals, schools, and retail outlets in the Eastern Cape to be compelled to buy and sell Mhlaba and Majola tea, not as a favor, Honorable Speaker, but as a deliberate act of economic justice and self-reliance. We reject the model of permanent bailouts for Mhlaba. What we must see instead are their products dominating our shelves, supported by the procurement, improved packaging, and deliberate distribution strategies. We call further for clear conditions for any future funding, including how the estates will increase community ownership and benefit sharing, the immediate development of internship, skills training, and employment opportunities for the youth of Lusikisiki, transparent plans to make Majola a worker-led, community-driven, successful story, not recurring burden on the state. Honorable Speaker, the people of Lusikisiki do not want handouts. They want access. They want ownership. They want opportunity. It is time for the state to stop romanticizing rural development while outsourcing its procurement to monopolies. We therefore move that this House interrogates the current state of Majola Tea project with a view to transform it to self-sustaining, community empowering, and proudly Eastern Cape economic engine. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I put the motion without notice for adoption.
No.
Can we do this? Those in agreement, can you say agree? Agree. Those objecting, can you say object?
Object.
That's not supported. Can we call upon Honorable Hendricks?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Am I protected, Speaker? Chairperson, I hereby move here without notice in terms of Rule 130 of the Standing Rules of this House, noting that in January 2024, the Eastern Cape Education MEC, Honorable Fundile Gade, indicated that the province's school infrastructure backlog stood at 82 billion rand, with a backlog on maintenance of ordinary schools standing at 39 billion rand. That the Eastern Cape Department of Education has implemented a blanket ban on the sale and consumption of alcohol on school premises, regardless of whether such events are hosted privately, occur after school hours, or take place during school holidays. That schools in the Eastern Cape, particularly those in economically disadvantaged areas, rely on fundraising activities to independently maintain and improve the infrastructure. That the ban has resulted in a significant loss of revenue for numerous schools across our province who rely on private fundraising initiatives to supplement inadequate departmental funding operations, infrastructure upgrades, and the employment of additional teachers. That while the policy aligns with the national strategies to reduce substance abuse amongst learners, the blanket approach or the blanket application without allowance for regulated exceptions unfairly penalizes schools and communities engaged in safe, structured fundraising. That there has been limited consultations with relevant stakeholders and civil society. Further noting that a blanket ban may have unintended economic consequences, including negative impacts on local municipalities, their tourism sector, and small business that benefit from school events. That there are concerns that the policy does not sufficiently consider the diverse needs of schools, which vary significantly by area and socioeconomic context. That a more regulated, flexible approach could be more effective in balancing the needs for school fundraising with the safety and well-being of students considered. These events contribute to a broader economic cycle, generating both financial benefits for schools and increased tourism potential, as well as the creation of jobs. Therefore, this House resolves that this House acknowledges and supports the role of schools in building community cohesion and calls for a fair, pragmatic approach that does not compromise the ability to serve learners and surrounding communities. A broader process of consultation with stakeholders, including civil society and organizations such as FEDSAS, be undertaken to better understand the diverse perspectives on this matter and to ensure that all voices are heard before making a final decision. That the MEC for Education consider regulations that allow for the special concessions for schools to host fundraising events with appropriate controls in place, such as limiting alcohol sales to certain hours and ensuring compliance with safety protocols. That a review be conducted on the potential economic impact of prohibition of alcohol sales on school premises, specifically focusing on how this ban may affect local municipalities, their tourism sector, and the broader local economy. I so move.
Thank you, honourable members. Members, I put the motion without notice for adoption. Honourable members, let's do this. Those are in support? Those who are objecting? Let's see. Let's move to Honourable Kotoi.
Honorable Speaker, the EFF rises to move a motion with notice. Honorable Speaker, the EFF rises to move a motion with notice in terms of Rule 131, subsection 1 of the Standing Rules of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, that this House notes in the Sunday Times edition of 23 March 2025, it was reported that the justice system in South Africa is failing the victims in cases of child abuse. One of the causes of the failure was attributed to delays and frequent postponements of the cases, implicating one of the natural principles of justice expressed in the notion that is, justice delayed is justice denied. These delays and postponements, which are often attributed to staff shortages, also the investigation are often conducted in a way that compromises the success rate when it comes to conviction. This in turn often results in a low rate of conviction. In the quest for justice for the vulnerable and also in view of the unfortunate recent developments around the cases of Twekwe and Linguyebo Mbune of Sakisizwe Municipality at Kala, who was raped on the 22 January 2025, active steps must be taken to ensure that the perpetrators of this shameful scourge of child abuse are brought to book and convicted. Cases involving children are unique and require specialist investigating skills, which are necessary in order to secure a conviction. Against this background, such cases cannot be just handled by any other official because a short investigation can compromise a case. Therefore, this House resolves that the MEC and the department have enough well-trained members of the Child Protection Unit who have the skills to deal with such cases. Members of South African police services are made aware of the importance of DNA evidence and its enormous probative value for prosecution. Given the sensitivity of cases involving children, there must be a solid working relationship between the police, social workers, health practitioners during the process of investigation of cases involving children. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. This is a notice of motion, and we will note it, and it will be debated at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133, subsection 1. We now call upon Honourable Woodendal.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I hereby give notice that I will move in terms of Rule 131 of the Standing Rules of Order of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, that this House, noting that the Eastern Cape has indeed made progress in our post-democratic dispensation insofar as providing a supply of piped water to hundreds of thousands of households is concerned. 2, that progress has seemingly stalled, and according to Stats SA, which records that 1.4 million people in our province and as many as 578,000 households do not have access to piped potable water. 3, in addition, some 25,000 households have to draw unsafe, non-potable water from rivers and or streams and or dams for household consumption. Now, noting further that tens of thousands of households that do have access to piped potable water experiences daily water supply interruptions as a result of infrastructure failures. These water supply interruptions are ordinarily as a result of lack of preventative and rehabilitative maintenance. Many of our water services authorities do not have proper and updated water services master plans in place, which would dictate when and how bulk water pipelines, reservoirs, and general water reticulation should be maintained and rehabilitated. Many of our water services authorities have a lack of qualified human resources, especially engineers and other technicians, which not only makes planning difficult, but also results in undue delays in respect of response times to water outages. Some of our water services authorities have serious financial constraints which have a debilitating impact on service delivery to their communities. In addition, the provincial government is well aware that climate change has been flagged as a major concern in respect of our ability to have a sustainable future bulk water supply in the province. The aforesaid state of affairs should be considered an unfolding water crisis that can hold dire consequences for the future development and progress of the Eastern Cape. The House therefore resolves that A. COCTA, with the assistance of the National Department of Water and Sanitation, ensures that all water services authorities in the Eastern Cape have an up-to-date water services master plan. B. That COCTA, with the assistance of the National Department of Water and Sanitation, develops a provincial water master plan to assist water services authorities with their future planning. C. That the Eastern Cape implements and formulates and/or updates its climate change policy. D. That the National Department of Water and Sanitation be requested to do an assessment on the viability of all water services authorities in the Eastern Cape with the aim of removing the competency from those that are unable to deliver the services or have become financially unviable. And E. That an Eastern Cape multidisciplined water services task team be established to provide oversight over the aforesaid programs and action steps. I so move. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We note the notice of motion, and it will then be debated at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133, subsection 1. We now call upon Honourable Mogatosi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I hereby move in terms of Rule 131 of the Standing Rules on behalf of the unconsulted people of Algoa Park that this House, noting that the Department of Human Settlement had proposed a resettlement program to relocate displaced families to identify land parcels within Algoa Park in Nelson Mandela Bay. Algoa Park currently has a population of approximately 13,982 residents with infrastructure and basic services already under significant strain. The proposed plan would increase population of Algoa Park by thousands, further burdening the existing infrastructure, public safety resources, and social facilities. Residents of Algoa Park have formally requested to make representations to relevant authorities expressing deep concern over the planned resettlement and the lack of meaningful public participation. Further noting that Algoa Park's underground sewage and water infrastructure is already overburdened with frequent blockages and overflows, especially in areas such as Craddock Place. Only 132 out of 882 street lights are operational, leaving 85% of streets in darkness and compromising public safety. The local police station is severely under-resourced with only 2 operational patrol vehicles and 1 functional telephone line responsible for Algoa Park and surrounding areas. The community lacks adequate amenities with closed or poorly maintained recreational facilities and insufficient healthcare, educational, and religious institutions. The Human Settlements Directorate has not conducted adequate public participation with meetings held outside Algoa Park at inconvenient times, excluding many affected residents. The proposed resettlement plan may contravene Section 152, the Sustainable Service Delivery, Section 9, which speaks about equality, Section 33 of Just Administrative Action of the Constitution, as well as the Municipal Systems Act and Nelson Mandela Bay Special Planning and Land Use Management Bylaw of 2023. Therefore, this House resolves that the MEC of Human Settlements must immediately suspend the implementation of the current Algoa Park resettlement plan until a comprehensive infrastructure social impact assessment is conducted. 2, the MEC of Human Settlements must, within 30 days, establish a multi-stakeholder task team, including Algoa Park community representatives, to assess the current infrastructure and service delivery capacity of Algoa Park, identify necessary infrastructure safety upgrades required before any resettlement, develop a revised sustainable resettlement plan that addresses the concerns of both existing and prospective residents. Number 3, the MEC of Human Settlement must ensure that all future public participation processes are held within Algoa Park at times accessible to working residents, with at least 3 community meetings scheduled in the next 60 days. Number 4, the MEC of Community Safety must, within 60 days, present a plan to address the public safety concerns in Algoa Park, including the repair of street lights, increased policing resources. The MEC of Kokta must, within 90 days, assess and report the capacity of our Goa Park's water, sewage, electrical infrastructure, and develop a remedial action plan. Number 6, the MEC of Human Settlement must, within 60 days, evaluate alternative locations for resettlement, considering both the needs of displaced families and the capacity of receiving communities. Number 7, the MEC of Human Settlements must report back to this House within 120 days on progress made, including findings of the infrastructure assessment, the revised resettlement plan, and the alternatives considered. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We note the notice of motion. We will debate it at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133, subsection 1. We now move to Honourable Evers.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move in terms of Rule 131, subsection 1 of the Standing Rules that this House noting statistics from the Department of Health reveal that 8,110 adolescent and young women between the ages of 10 and 19 have given birth since the beginning of 2024. Of the number of teenagers who have given birth, 3,961 were aged between 15 and 19. Number 3, of the number of teenagers who have given birth, 188 girls were aged between 10 and 14. The Eastern Cape Department of Education has recorded 807 pregnant learners from 375 care and support for teaching and learning schools, with 697 learners remaining in school during their pregnancy. According to the department reports, 1 out of 3 pregnant learners drop out of school during pregnancy. The girls who have fallen pregnant are either still in primary or high school. That a comprehensive sexuality education program currently only reaching 272 out of 5,340 schools across the province. That the statistics released are only from public health facilities and do not necessarily include the statistics from private healthcare facilities. Further noting, under South African law, it is illegal for someone to engage in sexual activity with a partner under the age of 16, unless the partner is within 2 years of age and both individuals are between 12 and 16 years old and consenting. According to the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act 2007, Section 15, subsection 1, a person who commits an act of sexual penetration with a child who is 12 years of age or older, but under the age of 16 is, despite the consent of the child, to the commission of such act, guilty of having committed an act of consensual sexual penetration with a child, unless the child at the age of the alleged commission of such an act was 12 years of age or older, but under the age of 16 years, or either 16 or 17 years of age, and the difference between the two was not more than 2 years. Even a minor has consented to sexual activity is still unlawful and considered statutory rape. It is illegal for anyone to engage in sexual activities with a child under the age of 12, regardless of consent. Consequently, girls aged 10 to 12 who have become pregnant and given birth are victims of sexual abuse. The statistics highlight a gap in safe sex education within schools. Further to this, the statistics also highlight the lack of investigations into prima facie cases of sexual assault. Therefore resolves, 1, the MEC for Community Safety, Health and Social Development to form a joint task team whose function would be to maintain a comprehensive register tracking all cases of teenage pregnancies, ensure that these pregnancies are investigated to ascertain whether the father's age falls outside the legal parameters as defined by law, and that appropriate criminal charges have been brought against the father where applicable. Implement a court watching brief to ensure that prosecutors have the support needed to secure convictions in these cases. Number 2, the MEC for Community Safety, Health and Social Development's Joint Task Team should implement awareness programs emphasizing that those who prey on young girls would be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The MEC for Education to develop a plan to improve sexual education and table this plan before the Portfolio Committee for Education within 30 days, and this plan should include the following: expanding the comprehensive sexuality education program beyond the current 272 schools, implementing age-appropriate sexual education programs, strengthening the school-based support teams program for pregnant learners, expanding the learner support agent program beyond the current 500 schools. The MEC for Education to engage the MEC for Health to resuscitate mobile clinic visits at schools to conduct health screenings, conduct health and wellness educational programs, assist teachers to identify learners that are pregnant and advise on necessary actions, strengthen the implementation of the integrated school health program. The MEC for Community Safety to engage with the National Director of Public Prosecutions of the National Prosecuting Authority to ensure that fathers are prosecuted under the relevant criminal law. The MEC for Health to ensure that staff at medical facilities immediately report incidents of underage pregnancy to the South African Police Services or Child Protection Services for further investigation. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We note the notice of motion. It will be debated at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133, subsection 1. Honourable Bedosa, you are in the House. We are ready for you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I raise a motion without notice in terms of Rule 130 of the Standing Orders on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to extend our deepest condolences to the Mbolekwa family, who are now forced to endure the unbearable pain of burying their beloved son, Sisonke Mbolekwa, a young man whose life was so violently and senselessly cut short at Walter Sisulu University on the 15th of April, 2025. Sisonke was the last born and the only son in the family of 3 children. He was deeply loved, described by his family as a respectful, soft-spoken, and full of life. He left his home in Matatiela with a bag full of aspiration, not only for himself, but for the many children he had hoped one day he will teach, mold, and inspire. Instead of returning home with a degree in hand, he returned in a coffin. His dream was to become a teacher, a calling that requires patience, compassion, and love for people. These were qualities that define Sisonke's character. Honorable Speaker, what is even more painful is that Sisonke is not the first student to meet this cruel fate. He is part of a growing list of young people who have been brutalized, sometimes fatally within institutions of higher learning in this province, places that should be nurturing them and serve as sanctuaries of learning and growth. The very same people entrusted with their safety and increasingly the ones accused on inflicting harm. This strategy must be a turning point. We urge all members of society to keep the Mbolekwa family in their thoughts and prayers. Let us not allow their grief to be endured in isolation. Courtrooms after courtrooms, hearing after hearings. May they never walk alone. May our support for them grow in numbers, in love and in solidarity, until they breathe again without the weight of injustice pressing down on their chest. May Sisonke's death be not in vain. May it spark a louder and more determined call for safer university, for a system that truly protects students, and for a country that values the lives and dreams of its young people. May his soul rest eternally. Peace, I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the motion without notice. The motion is supported. I have received member statements from Honourable Makashela and Honourable Miller. Those are the only 2 that I have received. I hope I've not left anyone out. We will now go on to Honourable Chief Whip. 3 minutes to table, and then a 5-minute reply by the Office of the Premier, by the Honorable Premier, my apologies. Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you, the Premier and the Executive, members of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature and the guests. Honorable Speaker, I rise today to address the critical issue of the protection of children's rights in our province and South Africa at large. Honorable members, this matter demands our urgent and unwavering attention as parliamentarians and as citizens that are committed to safeguard the rights of the most vulnerable in our society. Our Constitution outlines comprehensive framework for the protection of children, yet we continue to witness alarming rates of child abuse, neglect, exploitation, and violence across our communities. Recent statistics indicate that over 300 children are murdered per quarter in South Africa, while countless others suffer in silence from various forms of abuse within and outside their homes. Honorable Speaker, of particular concern is the situation of children in rural communities, where access to social services, quality education, health care, and child protection mechanisms remain limited. While acknowledging the important work that is being undertaken by the Department of Social Development and various NGOs, we must, however, recognize that current interventions are insufficient to address the scale and complexity of the challenges facing our children. Budget constraints, understaffing of social workers, and inadequate coordination between government and departments continue to hamper effective responses. I therefore call upon this House and the relevant departments to prioritize the strengthening of our child protection system through increased budgetary allocations, improved interdepartmental coordination, and enhanced training opportunities for workers that include social workers, educators, healthcare professionals, and law enforcement officers. Honorable members, the measure of any society lies in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Let us commit ourselves anew to create a South Africa where every child can grow up in a safe environment with dignity and with full access to opportunities they need to reach their full potential. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Miller.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Middelburg Integrated Traffic Control Centre, also known as the Weybridge Project, is a critical infrastructural development that aims to boost economic growth, improve traffic management, and establish Middelburg as an investment destination of the Eastern Cape. For more than a year, this project has represented the hopes of local businesses and people who rely on economic stability of small towns like Middelburg, which serves as the backbone for our province's success. However, this project has been abandoned since May 2024, leaving a run-down construction site and crucial access route, namely Mainkies route, street, in a dangerous condition. This route, which serves as the main road for the traffic approaching Middelburg from the country's northern side and regions, is still closed due to an incomplete excavation work. Motorists are now forced to bypass the town entirely, taking potential businesses and opportunities away from local business in the town. The implications have been disastrous, Honourable Speaker, with many businesses considering to decrease their staff complement, operating hours, a severe blow that would worsen the financial stress on people already struggling with rising costs. Honourable Speaker, the project main contractor failed to meet the Department of Transport's compliance standards, which is at the heart of this issue. Reports of unpaid suppliers, labourers have aggravated the situation, causing a ripple effect that extends beyond just the construction site. After months of delay, the Department of Transport has finally initiated the process of terminating the contract, While this is an important move to restore accountability and development, this legal and administrative process of cancelling the present contract and appointing a new contractor could take months. During this time, Middelburg cannot await this time. The ongoing closure of Maintjie Street is killing the local economy and businesses of the town. Honourable Speaker, why should the residents of the town be punished for failures beyond their control? Maintjie Street's closure is failing, or is more simply of an inconvenience, Honourable Speaker. It's also an economic burden on the community, which relies on passing traffic for its livelihood. I've made an urgent request to the MEC for Transport and our Honourable Premier to intervene. Therefore, while the department completes the relevant contractual processes, I request that Maintjie Street be reopened and secured immediately. The route must be made safe and accessible to cars and commercial traffic until a new contractor is appointed and construction resumes. This temporary measure is important to reduce the economic pressure on Middelburg and restore this critical route from this region. Honourable Premier, Honourable MEC, will you act now to save Middelburg and Maintjie Street? Reopen Maintjie Street and ensure that Middelburg's economic flourish and grow. The future and the residents of Middelburg cannot wait any longer. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Honourable Premier, there's the two member statements. You have 10 minutes to respond. You may assign to the relevant MECs.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to honourable members and the guests. I wanted to take them myself, both of them, but a wise man always changes his mind. I think Honourable Fanta will deal with the part that relates to the child protection, and Honourable Nata deals with the road infrastructure in the Middelburg. Then I can come back if there are a few minutes left.
Thank you. Yeah, Honourable Fanta and Honourable Ngata.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to you, honourable members and distinguished guests. Thank you, honourable member, for the question. Indeed, we are the first ones to admit that the performance of the contractor in the area is causing a great deal of inconvenience to business and to the residents in the area. And the mayor and the leadership there, together with us, we deeply concerned and share the concerns of the member, and wish to apologize to the residents of the area for this inconvenience, which is owed to the poor performance of the contractor which was appointed. Unfortunately, the law of contract provides lengthy processes which must follow before termination. What we have done now through our framework contractors, whilst we have put him in notice for termination, I'm sure by now it should have been terminated, we are putting ready our framework contractor so that we don't wait for the advertisement of the new tender. We intervene so that the road can be opened so that the communities and business can function without that inconvenience. We fully understand, but it is due to the performance of the contractor and what the legislation requires us to follow before terminating. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. MEC Fanta.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you for the questions. As social development, our budget is spread accordingly in protection of children. Social workers that we're having are well trained to deal with the necessary challenges of children. When it comes to adoptions, we have trained social workers that are dealing specifically with protection of children. The major problem that I am always crying is also the shortage of social workers. Much of that we want to protect the children, their rights. The challenge is budget constraints to appoint social workers in almost all local municipalities so that we don't have challenges when it comes to evaluation of children's rights. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Premier, I'm not sure if you want to come back or are you fine? Thank you. That concludes the member statements. Honorable members, we will now go to the question paper. We will start at question 45 and we will work our way back. I must note, with the exceptions of questions 28 to 33, that is for the response for the MEC of Human Settlement, we have received all other responses. In the next House sitting, the MEC of Human Settlement will then explain why she could not submit in time the responses. This is in terms of our own standing rules, our rules. We will then proceed. Honorable question 45 from Honorable Kegane to the MEC responsible for transport. MEC Mhlaba.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Member. Disruption by business forums mostly relate to employment of SMMEs. In this regard, the department engages these various stakeholders through IMBIZOs, the IGR meetings and project steering committee meetings, wherein impact of project disruption is reported and discussed and solutions are arrived at. And the department has not had disruption by the so-called construction mafia, which necessitated involvement of law enforcement agencies. However, on some short-term projects, unlawful work stoppages are reported to law enforcement and SAPS intervention by deploying officers to escort officials, and in some instances where capacity allows officers to remain present on site for the duration of the project. These types of disruptions are mostly by committee members, never by business forum. Thus far, there are no legislative or regulatory reforms within the Department of Transport for prevention of extortion and intimidation. These are criminal elements under the jurisdiction of SAPS, and addressing this phenomenon requires a coordinated approach, including various sector departments and stakeholders such as the Premier's Office, enterprise development entities, and law enforcement agencies. I can add to say that these are matters that are dealt with by the security cluster, not necessarily by the Department of Transport. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Kegane, where are you seated? Oh, my apologies,
Thank
Honorable
you.
Member. Are you satisfied with the response?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I'm covered and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. We are now the question 44 from Honorable Kruger to the MEC responsible for sport, recreation, arts and culture. Honorable MEC.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you and the member, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the department has no information in this regard, as it is not responsible for the refurbishment of the asset in question. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kruger, there's your response.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I have a follow-up question, please.
Yes.
Speaker, I haven't received any written responses or any responses.
No, we have received it. It's ticked off. It's one of those responses. It's there. We will just get the support staff to get, but on my device, all of those ones, the only ones is the ones that I've called out that my office has not received. But we will make sure.
I'm just saying, as the member who posed the question, I didn't receive responses.
We will just make sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. That means it's the legislature. We must take responsibility, not the MEC. Let's go to question 43, also from Honorable Kruger to the MEC of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the department is not refurbishing the Orient Theatre. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, there's your response.
Speaker, unfortunately, that is not a response. There were 3 sub-questions to my question, and if that is not a response, and that is not what the Honourable MEC said in the media when she did oversight with the Honourable Minister of Sport.
I think you must make that as a follow-up.
It is a follow-up
Yes.
question.
No, not in the House, because it's totally new. You've asked your question, the MEC has responded that this matter is not dealt with by DESREC in that response.
I'm sorry, I'm confused, Honourable Speaker. Please assist me. There are 3 sub-questions. Is that the same answer to each of the
Yes,
sub-questions?
that is what the MEC is indicating. When she said the first one, that is what she's basically indicating.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Can we go to question 42 from Honorable Vankyu to the MEC of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture? Can I just say, honorable members, if you are not satisfied with the responses, you have the right to follow up in writing to the MEC. You have the right to follow up in the next question to put those questions which you believe the MEC or MECs did not respond to factually. It can't be a debate on the responses to the questions when the MEC is saying that they do not have information, these areas do not fall within their ambit. Can we please, because otherwise we are not having a response to question, we are opening up a debate on questions, and it is not the process of answering questions. I know you are very frustrated when you get such responses, but there is a mechanism how to follow up those issues within the House in the follow-up questions. Thank you. Yes, Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you and the member. Honorable Speaker, the national days have contributed to national building, reconciliation, patriotism, and social cohesion. They also stimulate local economies. However, there has been a gradual decline in attendance from minority communities. So the department has made strides to address this, we are working with cultural organizations, community-based organizations, churches, and schools to mobilize participation. And the positive results are emerging, particularly from the choir and sign communities. Also, Honorable Speaker, if I may proceed to 42.2. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Speaker, the department has an annual program on national symbols. Officials and museum practitioners visit schools in all 8 districts to educate learners and also target out-of-school youth. This has led to increased participation of the national flag and the anthem. The initiatives include school choir participation at events, I Am the Flag campaign, emphasis on symbols like the Springbok and Protea. These programs promote unity, identity, and national pride. Operationalization is in progress. Phase 1, which is installation of computers and second floor exhibitions, is complete. Phase 2, which is ground and first floor exhibition displays, is funded by National Heritage Council and will be completed by March 2026, as we are informed. ECPRA is tasked with managing operations. Discussions are underway for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to hand over the facility to DISRAC, which will use it as a Provincial Heritage Information Center, the Home of Legends Museum. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Vankyu, are you satisfied with the responses?
I'm satisfied, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We now go to question 41 from Honorable Tony to the MEC of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings once more to you and the member. Yes, Honorable Speaker, the development and consolidation of the Eastern Cape Museum's policy has been completed, and the document was presented and endorsed by the Executive Council. Also, Honorable Speaker, the agreement with Lower Saxony has the potential to benefit both provinces by fostering cultural understanding, promoting international collaborations, and enhancing museum practices. This exchange will lead to increased tourism, knowledge sharing, and the development of new exhibition and educational initiatives. On cultural exchange and understanding, it is increased cultural understanding through exhibitions and programs, building bridges between the two communities. Joint research, exhibitions, and education programs are done, sharing expertise and resources in conservation and exhibition design and digital technologies with regards to international collaborations. And also on enhanced museum practices, we have introduction of new perspectives on management and educational programming, have development of new educational initiatives. The department is exploring the digitization of museum services, assessing benefits and challenges. And on benefits, we have realized that we will have increased accessibility to global audiences, enhanced learning through digital exhibits, improved preservation via digital copies, new engagement formats like virtual tours and games, and it is also the cost effectiveness. On challenges, it has got high costs, copyright complexities, there's need for technical expertise and infrastructure, there's need for storage and security for digital archives. The department's IT unit has begun engaging stakeholders, including CATH-SETA, to support and pilot and broader rollout in the province-aided museums. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, the response is adequate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The department does not have a program dedicated towards providing shelters. Did not feel, but I lied. The department does not have a program dedicated towards providing shelters for homeless people. Major problem, there are no funds for such program. 2, in view of the fiscal constraints introduced by Provincial Treasurer, the department commits to attend to the following. 1, fast-track the finalization of the provincial policy on shelters for homeless, social protection.
Honorable Member, just now your mic was working, even though the light was not on. But may I just request members to speak up a little bit, because seemingly the sound is very soft in the House. Our apologies, Honorable MEC.
Can I start from the beginning? Ne? The department does not have a program dedicated towards providing shelters to homeless people because of the financial constraints. Number 2, in view of fiscal constraints introduced by Provincial Treasurer, the department commits to attend to the following. Fast-track the finalization of the provincial policy on shelters for homeless people and its approval by the Social Protection Cluster and EXCO. 2, approach private sector partners to solicit support and sponsorship for building of the shelters for homeless people in the province, prioritizing 2 districts during the 2025-26 financial year, namely Sarah Batman and Nelson Mandela Metro or Buffalo City Metro.
You done, MEC, in your response?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Honorable Evers, are you satisfied with the response?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't hear the MEC mentioning BCM.
She did mention BCM.
Oh,
Yes,
thank
she
you.
did, yes. Thank you so much. Can we go to Honorable Anil Kumar, to the MEC for Social Development, MEC Fanta? Question 39.
Thank you, Speaker. A provincial policy on shelters for homeless people was not finalized due to the lack of funds to implement the program, resulting in the closure of all shelters for homeless people in the province. A draft policy is available. 2, the policy is not implemented as it is incomplete and shelters were closed down. I'm done.
The mic is speaking, Mic H.
Your mic, Honorable Speaker.
To the MEC for Social Development, MEC Fanta. Honorable MEC, may you please speak into the mic? I think it will assist us, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, the department is still implementing the in-house approach capacity building of NPOs and cooperatives. It is cost-effective and ensures value for money. The second one, the department has adequate capacity to implement this approach to capacity building within the staff complement of community development and research. There are qualified educators who are transferred from Department of Education. In addition, the National Department of Social Development provides continuous professional support in the training of trainers. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Jajubana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm covered.
Are you satisfied? Thank you. Question 37 from Honorable Khune to the MEC for Rural Development and Agrarian Reform. Yes, Honorable MEC Ngata.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. The province has adopted an Eastern Cape agriculture and fisheries strategy. The strategy seeks to coordinate all stakeholders that are involved in aquaculture and fisheries development. The focus or objective of the strategy include improving access to site land and water for potential farmers and fisheries, improve access to the markets for all aquatic species, to diversify research to improve agricultural production efficiencies, also coordinate capacity building program for farmers and small-scale fishers, and provide production support to small-scale farmers. And also the department is currently developing Doni Center to be a freshwater aquaculture demonstration and training facility, and to explore further the economic capability of the ocean and freshwater. The department is partnering with the World Bank. This partnership seeks to tap into the international expertise in the bank towards developing sustainable development program targeting high-value aquatic species, e.g. seaweed, East Coast rock lobster, abalone, etc. The second part of the question, the department facilitates linkages with various role players in the space of fisheries and aquaculture that are inclusive of DFFE, industry, and NPOs to ensure markets are opened for fishers. The Department of Fisheries has contracted a company to help small-scale fisheries off Port St. John's with market access. The abalone is monitoring the cash of the joint company using the abalone app. The ECDC have financed the acquisition of Soleni Rock Lobster Holding Facility by 6 cooperatives that formed the trading company. This allows these cooperatives to pull together their cash for marketing, which would facilitate marketing of these high-value species. The sector departments and stakeholders have finalized the fisheries skills audit and needs analysis study using the South African International Maritime Institute. This study is used as a baseline to identify the potential projects or initiatives that can be implemented in both the short term and long term. The department is working with the SAIMI and the South African Maritime Safety Authority, SAMSA, to ensure identification and capacitation of the small-scale fishers. Further, the Department of Education and other institutions of higher learning are continuously engaged in curricula for the sector, e.g. University of Fort Hare Veterinary School would have a special focus in animal aquatic diseases. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Ngata. Honourable Khune, are you satisfied with the response?
Satisfied with comprehensive response, Speaker.
Thank you so much. We now move to question 36 from Honourable Dr. Fig to the MEC responsible for public works, MEC Mani Lusiti.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, Speaker, we are satisfied with the performance of EPWP in the province. During the implementation of Phase 4, the province created 590,223 work opportunities against the target of 478,266, and that is 123%. In the past financial year, the province created 99,671 work opportunities against a target of 96,621. For year 1 of the Phase 5, which translates to about 103%. Honourable Speaker, EPWP has not only contributed to job creation and poverty alleviation, but also provided skills and training to improve future employability. The program continues to play a vital role in bridging the gap between the unemployment and the formal economy. Moreover, the department acknowledges the fact that the province has not been achieving its targets on youth and people living with disabilities. Second question of question 36. Yes, a portion of the funds allocated to EPWP was underspent and subsequently returned to National Treasury over the past 2 financial years, and the key reasons remains the delay in projects implementation due to procurement challenges and administrative bottlenecks at departmental and municipal level, capacity constraints within certain provincial departments and municipalities to manage the implementation of EPWP projects, non-compliance with DORA requirements that affect the release of trenches in municipalities. In 22-23 financial year, the underspending was at the debt, 843,000, Department of Education, 104,000, Department of Social Development, 66,000, Department of Transport, 1,951,000, and the total amount returned from EPWP was 2.9 million. In respect to EPWP integrated grants for municipalities received by the province, the following municipalities underspent: Ebikuma, Speaker, the amount is given there. Plondo Local Municipality, 84,000. King Sabata Dalindyebo, Nelson Mandela. Kocha Local Municipality, Sarah Batman. The department has since suggested the following measures as a technical support during the design and the implementation of the project: improving our reporting mechanisms, time-based planning of EPWP projects. Question 3 of the same question. The department will implement the following intervention: strengthening project planning and early project identification, continuous technical support and capacity building, improve monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, and these interventions are part of our provincial strategy to optimize the impact of EPWP funding, ensuring it delivers maximum benefit in terms of job opportunities, skills development, and poverty alleviation. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Dr. Fig, are you satisfied with the response? Yes, Honourable Kasim.
Honourable Speaker, I've been asked by Honourable Dr. Fig to deal with the follow-up. I'd like to thank the MEC for the response. I do have a follow-up. The follow-up, Honourable Speaker, is what measures, if any, does the department put in place in order to monitor whether or not the selection of EPWP beneficiaries is done fairly, and whether or not the money being allocated is actually being used for its intended purposes, given that, for example, in places like Nelson Mandela Bay, there have been serious allegations of EPWP money being used to pay political appointees over 30,000 Rand a month, as an example. Are there any measures being put in place? And if not, does the MEC have any plans to do so? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the department has established a monthly monitoring structure to monitor the expenditure and the progress on job creation. And then also partly for that, it's for early detection on the interventions where there are risk of underspending and any irregularities, I think, as the member is suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Question 35 from Honorable Sondaba to the MEC for Public Works.
Back to front. Security in schools is managed directly by the Department of Education. We only take the provisioning of security when it is included in the scope of work for a particular project allocated to the department as implementing agent. And the Department of Education would be in a better place to give a detailed interventions made to ensure the securing of the schooling environment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Sondaba, are you satisfied? Honorable Fishlani?
No, you certified, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Question 34 from Honorable Gaya to the MEC responsible for Public Works.
Between financial year 1920 and 24-25, a total of 538 students passed the trade test, reflecting a steady progress in skills development, and the pass rate declined notably in the 2021 financial year due to COVID-19 pandemic. The outcast students are trained on different trades, which are electrical construction field, diesel mechanism, plumbing, bricklaying, welding, painting and carpentry. In BCM, we have 34 fully fledged artisans in the different categories. In Nelson Mandela, we have 21, Alfonso 131, Amatole 82, Chrisani 101, Joe Kabi 23, OR Tambo 136, Sarah Batman. We have 11 artisans, and then further there's a detail according to the various fields that's provided in the response. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Gaya, you satisfied? Thank you. Let's go to question 27. That is from Honorable Kaule to the MEC responsible for health, MEC Kapa.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Speaker, members of the Legislature. The first question from Honorable Kaule. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, that is CDC, via a cooperative agreement, that seek to strengthen HIV and AIDS, STI, TB in the Eastern Cape, continues the support to the department. The CDC support is reviewed annually in September, and it still has 2 years to run. But I will also elaborate on this question at the end of this. Then the next question, Provincial Treasury takes the cue from the National Treasury, whereby the health sector, primary and the core business cost drivers are protected via a ring-fencing of the budget allocations known as non-negotiables, meaning, as an example, the pharmaceutical products, services, commodities such as ARVs, TB, meds and drugs, surgical test kits, and other budgets are ring-fenced in order to make sure that they are not utilized for anything else except for what they are intended for. And then the last question, the withdrawal of PEPFAR is a matter that is handled at a national, and therefore national is dealing with that. But we can confirm that people of this province and the country will continue to have HIV and AIDS ARVs because the budget is catered for. The 17% was only from PEPFAR, the rest was from us as the country, so they still continue to have the ARVs. And also on the issue of sourcing other funding, as I said earlier, the matter is handled at a national, but when we met with the minister, they said he has met quite a number of funders, but they are not keen in terms of absorbing or paying for employees, but they can only assist us in terms of other things, except because one of the issues, when you look at their salaries, some are even paid more than the president, so there's no one who can afford that in terms of the staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Cowley, are you satisfied with the response?
I do have a follow-up. Thank you,
Yes,
Madam
Honourable
Speaker. Thank you very much. And specifically to question 1, and I do realize it is a national competency, but recently the DDG at National, Nicholas Crisp, said we need 2.82 billion rand to plug the gap just for this financial year in terms of sustaining the HIV program. So, and also there is a very strong rumor that CDC will withdraw their funding from this September. So my question remains, are we as province not, do we not have any responsibility in terms of sourcing other funding to at least support our programs in the province? And can we not then also put pressure on National if this is the case? Thanks very much, Speaker.
MEC, yes, there's portions of that is directly linked to this question, then there's others that is outside of the ambit, but I will allow you to respond as far as possible.
As I said earlier, this issue is a national issue. It affects the entire country. As a result, I said earlier, the minister has tried to source some funding, but we still are awaiting those that have made commitments but so far there's nothing that is concrete except the global fund. The rest, they have not concluded anything. Hence, I'm saying the issue is handled at a national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Question 26 from Honorable Bonyana to the MEC responsible for health, MEC Kappa.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Siyabuya. On the issue of EMS, the emergency care officers employed under the EMS component of the department continues to work for overtime as required for the efficient delivery of the life-saving services for the people of the Eastern Cape. This overtime is worked according to the Basic Conditions of Employment Act and is paid in arrears after it has been worked. Due to the staff shortages and an increase of demand for emergency medical services, there is a growing utilization of overtime in the EMS. There are no major issues at this stage. However, the department continues to work on strategies to control the use of the overtime in the long term, increasing the staff levels to reduce overtime expenditure. Where there are delays in the payment of overtime due to the cash flow of the department, we do engage our employees, and so far we've been able to manage that situation. Thank you.
Honorable Gela, responsible for, to ask the MEC responsible for health. Honorable Jajupane is standing in for Honorable Gela. Over to you, MEC. My apologies.
Thank you, Speaker. There are quite a number of interventions that we're putting in place as a department, and one of those is to strengthen the implementation of the medical legal strategy, which has reduced the lump sum payment of court orders and utilizing the out-of-court settlements, or again, working on the new organogram, which will result into the rationalization of service delivery platforms, where low bed utilization facilities will be converted after consultation, of course, with the affected communities. There's more internal controls will be implemented, the utilization of committed overtime policy, which will result in the resource allocation and savings. The cost of saving measures fall under the PPAC and the subcommittee on the COE. And again, we're also going to verify the payroll management, which will be assisted by State South Africa. We are also implementing cost-saving measures that relates to us having virtual meetings and cutting on traveling and hiring of venues and accommodation for meetings. We're also decentralizing the issue of telecom lines because we've picked up the lines that are not used and were built for. Hence, we are decentralizing so that the districts are able to assist us in managing those lines. and make sure that there's accountability for landlines. We are also making sure that we digitalize and enhance the MSH tool that we have in order to improve efficiency as the department. And we're saying in the 2026, 2027, we'll try and apply for the zero-based budget system project. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mjajubane, are you satisfied?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are satisfied.
Thank you so much. You have a long way still to go, Honorable MEC. Question 24, Honorable Mtebekana, to the MEC responsible for health. It's your day today.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In terms of Lilita, Lilita is accredited for the following programs. One, we have a 4-year comprehensive diploma leading to a qualification as a general nurse, midwife, psychiatrist nurse, or a committed health nurse. This program is being phased out in response to the national transition process as pronounced by the Minister of Health and Higher Education. There are only 31 students that are left, and this is the last cohort in this program. Then we have another one, which is a 3-year diploma in nursing leading to a qualification as a general nurse, that is NQ level 6. The college has commenced with the implementation of the 3-year program. A 3rd cohort of students was admitted in this program in February 2025. For now, we've got about 798 students that are registered under this program. And then in terms of accreditation process, apart from the above-mentioned programs, in compliance with the national legislative framework and the statutory requirements, the college has been accredited by the South African Nursing Council for advanced diploma in midwifery, that is a 1-year program, for its students, 28 in main campus, East London main campus, 27 Umtata campus, 15 Lusikisiki campus, and 14 at St. Patrick's sub-campus, 14 students. We're still awaiting accreditation by the CHE and SACA for a postgraduate diploma in mental health, NQL level 8. We obtained the provincial accreditation from SACA. Umtata campus, 40 students. East London main campus, 40 students. We are also awaiting accreditation of this one as well. A postgraduate diploma in midwifery, NQF level 8. We are also awaiting for accreditation, but the remedial plan, because we realize that Lilita is working on their own. As a result, they tend to fail when they are supposed to be assessed for accreditation. As the department now is setting up an accreditation committee to work with Lilita in ensuring that systems are in place when accreditation bodies come to the Eastern Cape, because we've seen when we work with the institutions of higher learning like WUSU and Nelson Mandela, we do pass in terms of accreditation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Tebekana, are you satisfied with the response?
More than covered, Speaker.
Thank you. Question 23 from Honorable Dr. Bese to the MEC responsible for health.
In terms of the TB campaign, remember TB and HIV and AIDS are always treated as twins because they always coexist most of the time. So there is a program that is 1.1 million, close the gap, for missing patients for HIV and AIDS. But as a province, we've also decided to make sure that we do these programs together with the one for TB campaign for conducting a 5 million TB tests annually countrywide to end TB. So as the province, we have then allocated numbers for different districts. Alfred, though we're given it 59,183, Amatole 95,119, Buffalo City 122, Krisani 80, Joe Gabi 89, Nelson Mandela 153, OR Tam 156, Sarah Batman 89. But in total, we've got 847, 995. That's an allocation for the province in order to make sure that these are the people that will test as the province. We have strategies in place. One, we said we'll raise awareness, increase public awareness about TB, its symptoms and the importance of testing. We'll also encourage testing, motivate individuals to get tested for TB, especially those in high-risk groups. We also encourage members of the legislature to test as well. We reduce the stigma, address the reducing of the stigma associated with TB. We also want to engage the stakeholders, that is the government officials, healthcare providers, civil society, and the communities. We'll also promote collaboration, foster collaboration among different sectors to support the NTP campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Dr. Bese.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm quite happy with the response.
Thank you so much. Moving to question 22 from Honorable Camillo Benjamin to the MEC responsible for health.
Thank you very much. I guess this is the last one. In the financial year 2023-2024, and the previous years, we had about 212 professional nurses that were conducted to deliver on the integrated school health services. The department was unable to fill this and replace posts in the 2024-2025 financial year due to our over expenditure on the COE, and this has resulted in the reduction in the number of nurses that are conducted. Now we have about 157 nurses that are conducted for the 2024-2025 financial year. This has led to the reduction in the number of learners in the priority grades, that is grade 1 and grade 8, being screened. For grade 1, the reduction from 16,719 in the financial year 2023-2024 to 12,708 in the financial year of 2024-2025. Then for grade 8, a reduction from 9,881 in the 2023-2024 financial year to 8,856 in the 2024-2025 financial year. But we can say that we have an NGO that has come to us wanting a partnership with us, especially on the area of Sarah Batman, to do the screening. So we think we'll exploit that opportunity as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Camillo Benjamin, are you satisfied? Thank you. We move to question 21 from Honorable Dr. Fig to MEC responsible for finance, MEC Mvoko. Honorable Kasimi standing in for the honorable member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have an elaborate response. I think I will speak until the time comes to an end, unless otherwise indicated by the honorable member. On the provincial departments, now, Provincial Treasury coordinates audit improvement strategies through the implementation and monitoring of the provincial audit improvement plans. Now, the provincial audit improvement plan is developed based on my approaches. My apologies, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, okay. No, I can see. Now I must start from the very. The one I have provided a list of all the figures that Dr. Fig asked for in terms of the cost of employment as at the end of December 24, the cost of employment, the percentage total as at the end of December 2024, and the CEO remuneration, total remuneration package, including benefits, 2024-25 revised estimates. So I don't have to go through the table. The total, thank you very much. I've also provided the cost of employment as with percentages as the second table as requested by Dr. Fig. So there is, it answers all the questions, Honorable Speaker, except the part that says, do we believe this is sustainable? I think we have written as Provincial Treasury to the departments and its entities to implement a wage freeze on the executive and senior managers of public entities. I think I've attached letters as well to Dr. Fig as proof of the letters that we have written to all departments. That's the only question with a narrative. All others are in the tables attached.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Kasim, do you have a follow-up? Are you personally satisfied?
Follow-up. Honorable Speaker, I do thank the MEC for his response. MEC, we've long spoken about the rationalization of public entities as a way to manage the expenditure on these CEOs and millionaire managers. Is there an updated timeline on the rationalization of public entities in the province? And is there a way in which the already very high salaries can be tied to a penalty or incentive process where we can hold accountable these very highly paid officials for the work that they do?
The first question is, I don't think it's a follow-up, but let me respond to it. Because you're asking
Well,
about the
MEC,
process
that's my call only
sorry,
to make,
my
because I look
apologies.
at your questions here.
My
So
apologies.
please let me be the one, the arbiter on that matter, not you. Thank you.
Let me respond to that question. In terms of the rationalization of entities, we've tabled that report many a times. I think we started by advertising for it, and then the second part of it was we went to GTEC to advise us on that. We set up some structures, both chaired by the CEOs of the two entities, and they've set up some working groups. That's where we are with the. I cannot give you a timeline now, but I will. The process is with the MEC for DDIT. I will inquire on that one. Remember, I was responsible when I was in DDIT. It's a DDIT process, a rationalization. Particularly, I'm sure you're referring to the issue of what is this gambling board and the liquor board. Those are the only entities that are left in terms of rationalization. So that process will be there. So I can't give you timeline now. I will inquire from the MEC for DDIT on that one.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Thank you, Honorable MEC. Question 20 from Honorable Bonga to MEC responsible for finance.
I have provided Honorable Bonga, or through you, Honorable Speaker, with all the spending on compensation of employees against the adjusted budget for the year 2022-23 to 2024-25. There is a table that I have attached. For these financial years, for the financial years that I've provided, the province has not overspent on its COE budget, and therefore the wage bill is still being maintained within the cost containment measures. And the provincial treasury has also developed models to cost the organizational structures of departments, as well as calculating the impact of wage agreements at a national level. That takes care of.
Thank you, Honorable Bonga. Are you satisfied with the response?
Enkosi, Madam Speaker, the Lionel Sega Mpendulo.
Thank you. Question 19 from Honorable Nana to the MEC responsible for finance.
Provincial Treasury coordinates the audit improvement strategies through the implementation of and monitoring of the provincial audit improvement plans. Now, the provincial audit improvement plans is developed based on AGSA and internal audit findings through involvement of provincial treasury transversal units by developing actions to address the root causes of the findings. Now, the provincial audit improvement plans increases the level of awareness of the risks affecting audit outcomes, including escalation to EXCO, through discussion platforms such as the CFO's forums and the provincial management. Now, the provincial audit improvement plan is supported by the review of interim financial statements. Now, the interim financial statements are submitted to Provincial Treasury quarterly to assist departments in improving the state of readiness in the preparation of the annual financial statements and identifying areas that have the potential to adversely affect the fair presentation of the annual financial statements. Now, Provincial Treasury also monitors the implementation of the departmental audit improvement plans and provides supports to departments where there are challenges with capacity, application of legislation, and accounting standards. Provincial Treasury provides technical support in resolving disputes between departments and AGSA, especially around the interpretation of accounting standards and reporting frameworks through interaction with AGSA and, when necessary, and National Treasury. The objective is to narrow the gap of varying interpretations and accounting treatment of technical aspects and accounting reforms. This also includes addressing any mutual concerns identified in the audit process. This joint forum meets regularly and has proven to be a positive platform for collaboration and learning. Provincial Treasury provides continuous support to the department and entities with heightened audit risks during and after the audit process to ensure that there is improvement in the audit outcomes of these institutions. In support of commitments to the improvement of the audit outcomes, Provincial Treasury continues to intensify its engagements with all the departments, focusing on those with the biggest risks, which is the Department of Health and the Department of Education. This includes providing technical guidance on the modified cash standards updates, monitoring the process of the implementation of the audit improvement plans, and compilation of the IFS and AFS, as well as the audit process. Provincial Treasury believes that there is encouraging improvement quantitatively as the findings in the departments continue to decrease, but more work is necessary to achieve qualitatively, where all departments will be unqualified and improvements in the control environment be sustained. Provincial Treasury continues to assess the effectiveness of its strategies towards this objective, and this includes taking lessons from the previous years. The departments are also expected to use the past lessons in developing sustainable audit improvement plans that address the root causes of the findings, noting the recommendation made by the AGSA. That's on provincial departments. Now on municipalities. Regressed municipalities have been included in the audit outcome strategy to increase focus and support. Specific support has been rolled out to each municipality according to the gap analysis and reason for regress. Following initiatives have already been conducted: asset management training, follow-up with Winnie Madikizela Mandela in Tsikayetu local municipality, currently being audited on their reinstatements. Kokama human resource personnel and deployed from provincial treasury to the municipality. Blue Crane assisted with the implementation of the audit action plan. In summary, support is being rolled out according to the technical needs of each municipality. So more activities will be carried out, including but not limited to review of the interim financial statements, training on review of the final set of annual financial statements to capacitate the internal audit units of the municipalities. Conduct annual financial statements readiness sessions in May or June to ensure that July and August will be used effectively for the compilation of the annual financial statements, and that monthly controls and discipline are conducted to ensure readiness for the compilation of the annual financial statements. GRAP, generally recognized accounting practices, update training will be performed to ensure that the municipalities are abreast with the ever-reforming reporting framework. I suspect I've covered
With
all.
responding to question 19.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Nana, are you responding?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to represent Honorable Nana, and I'm satisfied.
Thank you. Question 18 from Honorable Wardendal to the, my apologies, to the MEC responsible for education, MEC Gade.
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Speaker. Good afternoon, Premier and the Executive and the House at large. Honorable Speaker, in the current financial year, and the 2025-2026 financial year, we are not going to have any new established school in Nelson Mandela, as the question so indicate, precisely because of the project scopes that are there, which we needed to first clean up the house so that you don't have overcommitments that goes beyond the project scopes and the finances of the sector. On the 2026-2027, we'll be having one new school in Motherwell, again, precisely because of the learner population that comes in and out of Motherwell, which is giving a bit of a constraint in the current schools in Motherwell in terms of overcrowding. So that particular decision has been taken. In terms of the 2027, 2028, and also 2026, 2027, in terms of the second question around the upgrades in Nelson Mandela, we have got about 7 schools that are going to upgrade there. Your John Wilton Senior Secondary School, Acadia Senior Secondary School, Pafeni, Donkin, and all Alfonso, West End Primary School, Triumph and Melumzi, Lonwabo Special Schools, and Genville Primary Schools. Those are the schools that are going to undergo an upgrade by the financial year 2026, 2027, 2027, 2028, so that we can deal with the issue of the dilapidated state of such schools. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. I will engage you on that one school that you've mentioned. But over to Honorable Odendaal. Are you satisfied with the response?
No, unfortunately, Speaker, I can only give the MEC an F for that answer. The clarity I want to, the follow-up question I want in response to this is, considering the fact that Nelson Mandela Bay is home to 20% of the population of the Eastern Cape, is the MEC satisfied that by only catering financially for the building of one school and upgrading of 9 further schools over a 3-year period is sufficient for the needs of the people of Nelson Mandela Bay?
Honorable Odendaal, that I am looking at your questions now. That is totally a new question that you are asking. No, Honorable Kasim, I did not even recognize you. That is totally out of order. Honorable Odendaal, that is totally a new question that you are asking the MEC now.
But it's based on the answers I received, ma'am.
No, that is totally a new question that you are asking the Honorable MEC now. The MEC has responded in terms of the finances. He's responded in terms of the B5. He's been adequately covering the response in question 1. So possibly if you had listened to that, he covered the aspects why and the rationale for doing so. That's why I'm saying where I'm sitting here, I even sometimes have to take notes and make sure and look at these responses. Let's go to question 17 from Honorable Hendricks to the MEC responsible for education.
Once more, good afternoon to you, Speaker. In terms of question 17.1, the department has successfully implemented the PPN in the past financial years, and we indicated the 3 years there as an example. In 2022-2023, we have got 53,805 teacher population. In 2023-2024, we have got 52,817. 2024-2025, we have got 52,817. That is the decision that was made in order to sustain the potential retrenchment of educators in the province in the last 2 years, so that we can remain with the human resource that we have. In terms of the guide, Honorable Speaker, the post-provisioning norm is regulated via the Employment of Educators Act, In the past financial years under review, the province has been experiencing a decline on learner numbers and thus resulting to decrease in terms of the number of posts and distribution thereof. Maybe let's clarify it further by saying, in educational policies, it's the learner that produces a post, not vice versa. Once you don't have learner population, you are not going to have a teacher population post. Then your distribution model is then guided by the Act, how many learners per teacher, and how then, in terms of the post-provisioning norm, quantify a grade, which we call it a class. So we usually use 1.34, that is 1 learner, 35 learners. I mean, 1 teacher, 35 learners. So that's why you sometimes, when you have got small unviable schools, you are hit a bit harder, because the determinant in terms of the post-provisioning is the learner itself, not vice versa. So I'm then saying, Honorable Speaker, in terms of in terms of question 2, but in question 3 within the question, the department distributes its resources based on the allocated budget, the educational needs and priorities of the department as defined in terms of the strategic plan and also the performance plans that have been put in place. But however, we consider the needs. That's why sometimes when you have got a school, just to explain this in few seconds, Honorable Speaker, let's say, for example, this school has got 50 learners. It means it qualifies to 1 teacher because you don't have a half teacher. Now, what you do, you go back to the post basket and have an additional post on the establishment so that the school can be able to be a bit able to operate against the policy that is already there. So that's why I'm then saying it's quite a loaded question, but of course we will give further clarity if there is any need to do so further, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable MEC, Honorable Hendricks, are you satisfied with the response?
Honorable Speaker, yes, I am satisfied. That was full disclosure. I love my MEC and he knows it. So I will do some
Do you
follow-ups.
want me to allow you to come to this side to hug him?
To give him my...
Thank you so much. Honorable members, that concludes the hour set aside for the questioning. We ended up backwards at question 17. Next house sitting, when we deal with the questions, we will start again from question 1. Just tongue in the cheek. The first question to the Premier, I'm not quite sure who was that going to be, but Honorable Twabo Knutzer, I'm not quite sure who was that, if this is a new order or who has jumped ship to which side. Or perhaps it's the GNU in place. I'm not sure. That's something that we have to investigate. But I think it's actually Honorable Twabo should have been. I think it was just, that's a correction that needs to be made. Thank you so much, honorable members, for that. The responses. Please, to the Leader of Government Business, please ensure that all honorable MECs comply with the response time for the next house sitting in terms of the questions. Yes. Can I just say that we have the daughter of Honorable Fishlani. I hope I'm going to pronounce the name correctly. This is Yakisizwe Setu. I hope I pronounced that correctly. She's can you stand up? She's a second-year interior design student at Inscape College. She is supporting her mother today to see what this is all about and to understand why is her mother so rarely at home. Honorable members, we will now go to the following order, but the subject matters, but let me also just indicate that the multi-party whips committee took a decision that the time for debate of motions will be 73 minutes per draft resolution. And we will start with the We'll ask the secretary to read the first subject matter, and I will call upon the deputy speaker to take over. He will preside. Deputy Speaker? Let's just call the first order, and then as he is coming up, also just to note before we start that our secretary is in for a medical procedure today. We wish her a speedy recovery. So we have an acting secretary, Ms. Komonye, that is with us today. Yes. Would you please read to us the first subject matter?
Draft resolution, Mr. Y. Kasim, funding to resource the Community Safety Department, investment in surveillance.
I call upon Honorable Kasim, and I will hand over. Your 15 minutes starts now, Honorable Kasim.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, fellow South Africans, I greet you with the universal greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Honorable Speaker, on the 16th of April last year, just down the road from where I stay, 3-year-old Emilio Hutchinson was riddled with bullets inside his own home in Pinar Street in Helenville. This was just one tragedy that has punctuated the DA's continuous fight for desperately needed interventions for the northern areas, for Nelson Mandela Bay, and for the Eastern Cape province at large, in order to arrest what we have long described as an abnormal situation which requires priority intervention. After the heart-wrenching murder of little Emilio, the DA led yet another mass mobilization of our people as we took to the streets together with thousands of residents of the northern areas and handed over yet another memorandum which outlined some of the interventions demanded by our besieged communities. These included the deployment of the National Intervention Unit into the northern areas, the deployment of the best detectives from across the country into the northern areas, doubling the anti-gang unit, strengthening crime intelligence, increasing police visibility, and implementing crime-fighting technology such as drones, CCTV cameras, and shot-spotter technology without delay. Deputy Speaker, the then Minister of Police, Becky Cele, long may he be without us, did not even have the decency to respond to the community's petition. But of these demands, the only one which was implemented by the new Minister of Police, Minister Sizwe Mchunu, has been to deploy the National Intervention Unit and the Tactical Response Team into Nelson Mandela Bay. And indeed, this intervention has been welcomed, following many years of efforts made by myself, by my councillors, and by my community. But the implementation of only this one demand has proven to be insufficient. At the time of Emilio's murder, our province recorded 1,169 murders over a 3-month quarter. And as per the latest quarterly crime stats, the number of murders has continued at unbearable levels, recording the highest murder rate in the country. Our province remains the murder capital across the nation. And whilst the minister has failed to implement any of the other demands made by our community, Parliament, as representatives of the people, have started to take action. Honourable MEC, last week I received a response from the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Police that next month, on the 7th of May, the Portfolio Committee on Police in the National Assembly will hold a hearing to consider my petition in this regard. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Police, the Honourable Ian Cameron, for prioritizing our cries. The presentation that I will make at the hearing will agitate for the deployment of specialized policing units and the doubling of the anti-gang unit, enhanced crime intelligence capacity, the rollout of crime-fighting surveillance technology, and long-term socio-economic support to dismantle the roots of gangsterism. SAPS is indeed a competency that falls under the national government, and it is national government that shares the burden of the interventions needed. This, however, through you, Deputy Speaker, to the MEC, does not absolve our province of the role that it should be playing in supporting the efforts of law enforcement to combat crime in the Eastern Cape. This is why I've brought this motion to this august House. We have a duty as the Provincial Legislature to ask the question as to whether our provincial government is playing its part in combating crime, and what can be done differently at a time when jobs are being squeezed, as tourists and investors fear setting foot in our province, Honourable Premier, when murder, extortion and kidnappings are the order of the day, and when stock theft is on the increase and gangsterism robs our people of their lives and their loved ones. And indeed, there can be no better time to ask this question at a time when we have embarked on the budget oversight and amendment process as a provincial parliament. Given that this motion essentially calls for the ring-fenced funding of crime-fighting and intelligence-gathering technology and for the reprioritization of the spending habits of the Department of Community Safety, let us begin by examining how much is allocated to this department and how this allocation is spent. In the budget that was proposed by MEC Mvoko, our province has allocated just over 150 million rand to the Department of Community Safety, which represents just 0.15% of total provincial expenditure. This is clearly insufficient and indicative of how seriously our provincial government takes this issue. It isn't just me that is saying this. In the report of the Budget and Money Bills Committee of our legislature, which was adopted by this House last year, the exact same point was made, Honourable Duba, which means that this is also the official view of this House. And the manner in which the money allocated is spent is equally shameful and indicative of the modus operandi of ANC governments, where service delivery has collapsed in favor of spending public money on bloated administrations and the related costs associated with service in these cadre employment agencies instead of spending on frontline service delivery. 72% of the Department of Community Safety's budget is spent on salaries of departmental officials, and the remaining allocation is used to service these employees. The remaining expenditure for goods and services and capital expenditure is not being spent on crime-fighting technology or tangible crime-fighting efforts. Instead, for example, under goods and services, just over 3 million rand was spent on advertising, like interviews for the MEC, or propaganda pieces to pat himself and his department on the back in the Daily Dispatch. Over 11 million rand was spent on travel and subsistence. Over 8 million rand was spent on venues and facilities, while a combined 5.668 million rand has now been set aside for departmental catering and entertainment. The meager 4.6 million rand budgeted for capital expenditure is spent on vehicles for officials and other equipment for the use of the employees of the department. When you exclude EPWP appointees, interns and learnerships, this department has 155 employees being paid a combined 109.286 million rand. In other words, being paid on average 705,000 rand per annum. Of these employees, there are 13 managers who are being paid a combined 26.316 million rand, each of them earning on average over 2 million rand per annum. So what exactly do all of these staff actually do to make our community safer, and is it working? I have long argued that the only programs of this department making a difference are the community safety brigades, although there's very few of these patrollers, which is funded by the EPWP incentive grant of 249 patrollers in 3 districts in the province, which also is in only certain communities and not others, despite promises by the MEC to the northern areas as an example. The EPWP school safety patrollers, only 70 of them in 35 schools in the province, and the court watching briefs run at selected courts in our province. These are good initiatives. The safety patrollers and the community safety brigades are funded by the national EPWP conditional grant and not by the province, which leaves only the court watching briefs as the remaining valuable thing being done with the 150 million rand equitable share allocation to this department. The rest of what is being done is proclaimed research and oversight, producing reports and recommendations which, by the department's own admission in its annual report last year, only 13% of these recommendations were implemented. Even the quality of the oversight has caused blushes in this House. Just last month, in response to oral questions from me in this chamber, the MEC was unable to answer a question about the allocation and functionality of SAP's vehicles, and then went on to say that you will need a month to get the information together. An MEC with 13 senior employees earning on average over 2 million rand per annum each, and he needs a month to put together basic information about a long-standing crisis within SAPs in the Eastern Cape. Information which his department should have on hand if they were actually doing their oversight function properly. It would have been preferable, Honourable Deputy Speaker and Honourable Premier, and more useful to the people of our province for this feckless department to be shut down and its budget allocation used just to purchase crime-fighting technology or just to recruit safety brigaders and patrollers. If you just took that 150 million rand at a stipend of 3,000 rand per month, you could recruit 50,000 patrollers in our province, which would make a bigger difference than what this department is currently producing. And the failure of ANC MPLs in this House to understand their role in correcting their government when it errs will be a further nail in its coffin. Your own Secretary General, Fikile Mbalula, had to remind you that you are now a 40% party. The latest independent polling has revealed that the DA is now polling at 30.3% nationally, as compared to the ANC that has dropped to 29.7%. So it seems maybe a 30% party would be a more accurate description. This is independent polling. The Brent Hurst Foundation polling that was released last month has also shown that the DA has gained to over 20% of support in the Eastern Cape, up from 15% gained in the elections last year. Now, these numbers should be a warning to the ANC that your continued arrogance and unwillingness to change your approach will be punished by voters. And Premier, if you think I'm dreaming, and if you think that you're safe in the Eastern Cape, just ask your comrades in KZN whether they dreamed that they would be humbled to 17% of the provincial vote. I don't think they would have dreamt that. And I expect, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I expect that the ANC MPLs of this House will oppose this very reasonable and necessary motion, which seeks to force the hand of our provincial government to play a meaningful role in making our people safer. In the same way that DA governments in the Western Cape, in the city of Cape Town, and closer to home in the Kouga municipality, are doing by investing in crime-fighting technologies, whilst ANC provincial and local governments are nowhere to be found in this space. My colleague Retief Odendaal will be outlining some of these groundbreaking innovations and technologies, which include advanced number plate recognition, body cameras, dash cameras with automated number plate recognition, drones, piloted aircrafts with state-of-the-art cameras and technology, CCTV cameras now coming with AI technology, advanced and expanded gunshot detection or shot spotter technology, and sophisticated digital coordination systems that can dispatch responders instantly. I want you to think about that as an example of technology that can dispatch responders instantly, while people in the province cannot get hold of 10-111. My time out? No, I've got 3 minutes. Let me see. I'm not gone yet. And this is exactly the point that I'm making. I want you to think of these exciting technological investments by DA governments, and then compare that to the oral response from the MEC that I received in writing today from Community Safety, which is actually quite embarrassing, where the MEC says that the only planned investment that our province has for equipment in this space is walkie-talkies. Walkie-talkies. Our neighbors have aircrafts that have advanced technology, drones. They've got epic advanced systems where dispatchers respond automatically, advanced number plate recognition, dash cams with automated number plate recognition, CCTV cameras with AI technology, and our MEC says walkie-talkies. Now, we've got a decision to make in this respect. These are not just statistics that confront us. There are lives that are being lost. There are jobs that are being lost in our province. If we keep doing the same thing over and over again with our money, by bloating administrations with overpaid staffs and millionaire managers, instead of reprioritizing the budgets in front of us, we're not going to get a different result. This is not a political issue. This is a humanitarian crisis that is playing out in our communities. Through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to the Premier, our time is running out to turn the tide on the criminals that are taking over our cities and our communities. And we have no excuse. I read last week, Honorable Premier, that even the Taliban, we'd like to feel as we're more advanced than countries like Afghanistan, even the Taliban has deployed 90,000 CCTV cameras in Baghdad. Whilst this provincial government has not invested in a single one.
Thank you very much.
This is our time to make a decision, and the difficult decisions before it becomes too late for us to slay this dragon. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I'll now call upon Honorable Odendaal from the DA. Honorable Odendaal, you have 5 minutes. You're sorry, nine. And your 9 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Crime levels that are so high that the murder rate per day now exceeds the daily number of civilian casualties in the Ukraine war. Let that sink in for a moment. More killings in the Eastern Cape than a war-ravaged country on a daily basis. With a murder rate of a staggering 19.6 per 100,000 residents, we see 14 lives lost every day. The Eastern Cape is at war, Deputy Speaker. Crime in this province has escalated to such an extent over the last couple of years that every single day, criminals in this province are waging a war on Eastern Cape residents, and the criminals are winning. This may be an uncomfortable truth for the ruling party, but the reality is that it is the lived experience of Eastern Cape people on a daily basis. Earlier this month, we read in the Business Tech article that crime has become so bad in the Eastern Cape that businesses are leaving the province. And I quote from the article, "Business leaders and experts have noted that high levels of crimes, including kidnapping and extortion, are threatening business confidence in the Eastern Cape." This was highlighted during the recent Ultra Performers Business and Leadership Gala in Gqeberha last week. During the event, stakeholders within the Eastern Cape's business sector warned that the escalating crime rate is driving investors away. They noted that the province has been plagued by cases of extortion and kidnapping of business people, which led to some businesses closing in the province. Between October and December 2024, 205 kidnappings were reported in the province, averaging more than 2 kidnappings per day. That's 205 in 3 months. Deputy Speaker, whilst everyone in this House has agreed that job creation and economic growth should be our #1 priority in this province, the disastrous impact of rampant crime has now become our #1 threat to that priority. Yes, the levels of unemployment and therefore associated socio-economic problems in our communities are key drivers behind much of this crime. South Africa's checkered past of colonialism and apartheid has no doubt entrenched extreme inequality, poverty, high levels of unemployment, and structural violence in our province. If we are, however, serious about job creation and tackling inequality in this province, we must do absolutely everything it takes to tackle crime and to protect our people. In order to do this, however,
we will have to start investing a considerable amount in crime-fighting technology, especially surveillance technology. It is vitally important that the provincial and local governments work hand in hand with SAPS and civic society if we want to turn the tide against the criminals. Key to this collaboration must be shared resources, information and skills. The Western Cape government has made significant progress in fighting crime just because of this inter-sphere collaboration. Fighting a raging war of criminality is something that requires a coordinated approach by all spheres of government. Sharing of resources can be anything as trivial as a municipality making additional office space available to SAPS, but more importantly, giving them access to the monitoring of their closed-circuit television CCTV networks. CCTV networks are non-negotiable in crime prevention and become the eyes of law enforcement. The aforesaid can be highlighted by the proliferation of crime in Nelson Mandela Bay municipality after the 300 million rand CCTV network and joint operation room between the municipality and SAPS was discontinued. It is not rocket science. There is far less crime when criminals know that they are being watched. The implementation of other technologies such as shot spotter, gunshot detection technology, which is 97% accurate, can assist greatly in fighting crime. This technology has been used successfully worldwide, including the Western Cape, and also under successive DA governments in Nelson Mandela Bay as a deterrent to violent crime. Drone technology has advanced to such an extent that it can also be implemented to do a situational analysis in areas and or scenarios where it is too dangerous to send people into. In the city of Cape Town, advanced number plate recognition software has proven very successful in fighting crime by identifying false number plates and therefore vehicles that could potentially be used in criminal activity. Other successful interventions by the city includes the rollout of dash cams and body cams for law enforcement officers. This type of technology assists in building cases against perpetrators. But they also have the walkie-talkies that you want to buy, Honourable MEC. 3 minutes left. They've also launched the so-called Eye in the Sky, a two-seater piloted aircraft with state-of-the-art cameras that can provide real-time footage, as the Honourable Kassim has mentioned already. There must be a mind shift by this provincial government that we must play a coordinating and facilitating role in making sure that the Eastern Cape is equipped to wage war against criminals. We must play a leading role in ensuring that our municipalities get the basics right when it comes to such a coordinated approach to fighting crime, and this includes, at the very least, investing some funding in CCTV networks. In addition, where other technological advances such as shot spotter and drones can be afforded by bigger municipalities such as NMB, Buffalo City and KSD, this should also become a non-negotiable. Better still, this provincial government should be at the forefront of making sure procurement for such technology has been done at a provincial level so that local government can simply piggyback on these contracts. Yes, and we have to reprioritize our spending and ring-fence funding for where it will make a difference in the life to our people. This government can no longer be a spectator in a war which they should be leading the charge. There is a war raging in our province, and we have been caught napping whilst the enemy is slaughtering our people. It is high time we realize that the Eastern Cape is at war. Every day that we deny this fact, by continuing to put our heads in the sand, more blood will be spilled and more jobs will be lost. I will wholeheartedly support the motion by the Honourable Kassim. Let's take back our province. Let's do everything in our ability to protect the people of the Eastern Cape. I so thank you. Thank you, Honourable Odendaal.
I will now call upon the economic freedom fighters, Honorable Chocho. You have 5 minutes, and your 5 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Ngosisekela somlomo manthathela ithuba ngibulise kwisikhokelo se-EFF sikhokhelwe imbokodo Honorable Mlokoti ngibulise kuwo wonke umuntu olapha kulendlu. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the EFF to engage this motion with the clarity of conviction our people deserve. Let it be clear, yes, crime is out of control. Our communities are bleeding literally from KwaZakhele to Spunzane, from Tanzania to Motherwell. The people live in fear. We do not come here to deny the pain, nor to idealize the trauma. Instead, we arise to say the war on crime must not become a war on people's freedom. Sekela somlomo, CEFF asiphikisani nensebenziswana ye-technology kwimisebenzi yokulwa ulwaphulomthetho. Siyayixhasa, kodwa phansi kwemeko ezithilo nezingqongqo. We do not support technocratic fantasies imported from Cape Town, where black taxi drivers are beaten, harassed, and humiliated under the pretext of law and order. What we've seen in Cape Town is not crime fighting. It is state-sponsored. It is state-sponsored brutality against abantu abamnyama. Deputy Speaker, this motion is a party we insist has no moral stand to speak on illegality and crime as it has. Supported the genocide of Palestinians, where the technology has been deployed to bomb hospitals, schools, and children for
Don't drown
decades.
the speaker, Honorable Member.
Aligned itself
continue,
with
Honorable
AfriForum, who portray black people as natural-born criminals while ignoring that the people who stand trial for a farm murderers are mostly white people, and some cases are of farmers that have killed or brutalized abantu abamnyama. What guarantee do we have that this surveillance technology is not going to be used for just that here in South Africa? How can the DA now want to act as if they care about national independence and our people's safety when it has aligned with the most evil nations against our people and the oppressed of the world over? Deputy Speaker, masingazenzi isiyatha. Kodwa ke i-EFF ayingombutho wenkcaso engenangqondo. We will not oppose for the sake of opposition. We understand that crime is not just about violence. It is about landlessness, poverty, unemployment, broken families, and failed promises. Alupheli ulwaphulomthetho ngezixhobo zombane kuphela. You do not end crime with cameras. You end crime when you end the conditions that make crime an option. You can't drone your way out of hunger. You can't surveil your way out of poverty. You can't scam your way out of joblessness. If the DA was serious about fighting crime, they will support land redistribution. They will demand a living wage. They will build schools, not jails. They will invest the money on youth centers, job creations, infrastructure, not spyware that we aim to hunt down our people like common rats. Deputy Speaker, the EFF will support the use of surveillance technology for sophisticated mission, but only if these non-negotiable conditions are met. Number one, at least 60% of surveillance of tech infrastructure must be locally manufactured to boost our economy and create jobs. Number two, procurement must come from BRICS partners, not those who bomb the global south and spy on their own people. Number three, training for tech use must embed a principle of justice and independence, not American or Western militarism. Number four, strong privacy protections must exist to prevent political targeting and racial profiling. Number five, civil society oversight must be embedded with illegal with legal authority to stop abuses. Asifuni kuhlohlwa ngama-gadget aseKapa to combat crime. We want a real solution born in our communities, tailored in our realities. Until then, we will not allow this province to become a testing ground for oppressive surveillance. We will not let our people bazingelwe njengamagundwane kodwa
Eba ndiyakuyeka
abazenzi-
uqhubeke. Qha
kodwa
ndibethwa lixesha.
abazenzi- kodwa abenzi bobubi
Gqibezela
be-
sisi.
betanasa ezitratweni. I-EFF iyavuma kodwa phansi kwezi meko seyizichazile. I thank you.
Ngosi, Ngosi. I now call upon Honorable Gaila from the UTM. Honorable Gaila, you have 3 minutes, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Mandinibulise. So beka amabaka lambalwe. Indawo yokuqala masibulele MEC. There is a bit of improvement. Besinithi thina sihlala apha ezilalini. Uthi nohambe emthatha. Ukhonjwe nge-AK-47. Kuthi asuka azodlula amadoda amakhulu. Nokungoku loo nto ihlile. Ayisekho ngoku. Siyabulela ngaleyo. However, on the 6th of March this year, the people of Highbury in Ward 13 in KST woke up, all their crawls were empty. Konyo zithathwe zonke. Amongst those people was a 90-year-old uTata Khwaye. You can imagine umuntu ona 90 years othathelwe inkomo zonke. Yibhanki yakhe leyo, ibhanki yomuntu omnyama imfuyo. So stock theft is very high. Very high, it's all over. Therefore, I support the motion that more funding must be requested from national government. Also, ifumana from the minister nationally and the Minister of Police. Now, if we say you are GNU, we should motivate for more funding for our province from those two ministers. One of the things that deters criminals, kudala siyicela as a UTM, yi-brigade yamahashi ezilalini. And then you got a strong police forum in each and every village. Okwesibini, as criminals ezilalini MEC, you should know, uthi noba uvusiwe, kuthathwe zonkomo zakho, uthi bani uvele ngefestile, bathi phuma. They're so determined, and ziyaziwa as criminals. And most of the stock theft ezibiwa, inkomo ezibiwayo neegutsha, uyofumanisa ubana zithengiswa kwezi ndawo kubraywa kuzo MEC. Inkomo zabantu abahluphekayo ezo. So we request ubana noko la horse brigade mayibuye. Okwesibini, we need more mobile police stations ezilalini. Look at the indawo yasemqhekezweni, how high the crime kwadreske kwadlwengula abantwana, kwabulawa nenkosi. And kudala kucelwa inansing mobile police station emqhekezweni. Even the police agreed that they'll provide a mobile police station. People are dying, and these criminals are amongst the people. Then also, we also have a role to play in this.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, Honorable Gaila.
we also have a role to play in this crime. Nathi ezinye criminals siyazazi, inkosi.
Of course. I now call upon the Patriotic Alliance, Honorable Buya. Honorable Buya, you have 3 minutes.
Inkosi Sekela Somlomo.
3 minutes starts now.
Inkosi Sekela Somlomo. Sekela Somlomo, I stand before you today to call on urgent and sustainable investment, which is, those are the things that we cannot run away. A crime, it's a societal matter. Asiyonto ka SEPS kuphela, asiyonto ka MEC nqatha kuphela. But without us as the members of this house, soze sikwazi ukuyilwa icrime. Ndime apha ngoku by saying, I am not here to just come and talk the big English here or do whatsoever. I'm wearing my own boots. I am on the ground, helping with SAPS and the CPA fighting crime. Started on the 18th Easter, while bekumnandi kubhiyezwa, I collected all the sports teams in my community. I'm said that I will fight the crime through sport. If you follow me on my social networks, you will see what I'm doing. I don't just come here and talk. I'm going to the ground, in the ground, in the sebenza and buye ndize apha ndizothetha. Ndithi xa ndithetha apha, I refer you to my status, go to my social networks, you will see what I'm doing. Not just come and talk here. So the motion is good. We cannot run away. The motion is good for everyone in this house. Those speakers that spoke before me, and even for the speakers that will come and speak after me, the motion is good. But for us, physically, us, what are we doing? Physically, us, what are we doing? Are we helping as the members of parliament? Are we helping on the ground to fight crime? Thank you, Kasim. Those are the people that we need. Wear your boots, let's go to the ground, let's develop a system. How do we work? The problem is already identified. What is needed? Siyilungisa kanjani? How do we fix it? So for me, Sekela Somlomo, yonke into ithethiwe apha. And ke ngoku, there's one thing that I want to put in front of this house. As Eastern Cape, we've got our own hotspots. Your New Brighton, your Motherwell, your Mthatha, you can count them. You see? Also, in Eastern Cape, we've got those spots that are not a hotspot, which is people are running from the hotspot and go and reside there because they are afraid of a crime. Apha masingaqhayiselwa ngeKapa. As if in Kapa there's no hotspots. Cape Town also have got their own hotspots, which are not tabled in this platform. Your Khayelitsha, your Cape Flats, you will never hear them being mentioned. You understand? All provinces, they've got their own safety areas and they've got their own soft spot areas. So now here we must come and debate the hotspots. In what fort in my area, Nelson Mandela Bay, Keija is a hotspot. I started my system there in Keija.
Boya, boy. Thank you very much,
mentees.
Honorable Boya. Your 3 minutes is up.
I salute.
Boya, boy. Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Ngobo from the MKP. Honorable Ngobo, you have 3 minutes. It starts now.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, thank you very much. The Eastern Cape remains the most dangerous province in South Africa with a murder rate of 19.6 per 1,000 people, which is highest in the country. Honorable Speaker, Nelson Mandela Metro has been ranked the most violent city in the country. It is also one of the most violent cities in the world, ranking 14th in the Mexican Council for Public Security and Criminal Justice annual top 50 ranking. During the Good Friday services, 6 churches were robbed at gunpoint in Nelson Mandela. Worshippers were forced to lie down and their phones were taken by the criminals, including 6 vehicles. Honorable Speaker, the pastor of the church in Motherwell in Kamvelihla was shot dead on the spot inside the place of worship. A member of the church in New Brighton was shot dead as well. Honorable Speaker, the recent American missionaries visited Good News Outreach in NU12 Motherwell. Criminals attacked the congregants and robbed their possessions. Honorable Speaker, churches in Gqeberha are under attack. These evil acts are not accepted. MK Party noted the speedy response of the police to rescue these American missionaries. We further noted the media statement on the Nelson Mandela Bay dated 23/03/2025 by MEC of Transport and Community Safety, Honorable MEC Ngata. We noted the statement, media statement. We call on additional efforts and resources to fight crime in the Eastern Cape province. We need more resources not ke zifunwa ngabanye abantu. Asilali nangengubo enye nani. We're not sleeping in the same bed with anyone. MKP believes that if we invest more on communities so that communities can have better lives, surely the crime will drop down. We have to fight and organize more resources for the people, not to use money to be used for the benefit of the poor, of the few. These things we're talking about here are not people's base. People, they want us to be on the ground to fight crime, not on television and all these things we're talking about. We have to go out to people and reach out to people and educate them and support those people who are moving up and down in fighting crimes. There is a police forum, Honorable, that needs support. We have to invest more money in supporting the community policing forum so that people can understand.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobo. Your time is
Thank
up.
you so much.
I will now call upon the African National Congress, Honorable Vanchu. You have 14 minutes, and it starts now. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, good afternoon to everybody. Xa sithethe ezi zinto apha, kufuneka sizithethe siqube nenyani. Today, the macro group has been opening a multi-million investment center in East London. 2 weeks ago, the Premier of the Eastern Cape met the Nelson Mandela Bay Chamber of Commerce and Businesses, who committed to avail their technologies to government to assist in the crime against crime. Business in BCM have committed the same. As we put these things, we need to indicate how these technologies were funded. Today, I stand here to reject the motion from the Democratic Alliance, which deals with an issue which is a thorn on the side of society and a blemish on the image of South Africa, which is crime. The recent brazen assassination of a person inside the Wynberg Magistrate Court in the Western Cape is a case in point. All of us agree that the levels of crime in society are not acceptable. What is critical is not to use crime as something to compete about, but we need to be factual in rising matters of crime. The Eastern Cape is not leading in crime in the country, inasmuch as it is leading on murder. In other categories, it is ranked number 3 or 4 between Western Cape, Gauteng, and KZN, which are the biggest contributors to crime in the country. The stated objectives of the National Democratic Revolution are to create a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous society. Inasmuch as democracy has been attained in South Africa, as the African National Congress, we are resolute in executing the NDR. As non-racialism, non-sexism, and prosperity continue to evade our society, we are still confronted by cases of racism, gender-based violence, femicide, whilst our society is engulfed by cases of poverty and unemployment. As we are going to celebrate the 70 years of the adoption of the Freedom Charter by the majority of the peace-loving South Africans in Kliptown on the 26th of June, 1955, we commit ourselves to peace and security of our people and the entire world. The first steps of the ANC commitment to fighting crime were the abolishment of the apartheid, which was declared a crime against humanity by the United Nations, and ensuring the establishment of a constitutional democracy in 1994. By so doing, the ANC ensured the entrenchment of the rule of law in the country. It is Section 206 of the Constitution that prescribes the mandates of provincial departments of community safety. Under the Constitution, the powers to control and manage the police service in accordance with national policies set by the National Minister of Police are vested on the National Commissioner. The Constitution provides that the provincial department has to monitor police conduct, oversee effective and efficiency of police service, including receiving reports of police service, promote good relations with police and the community, assess effectiveness of policing visibility, liaise with the cabinet member responsible for policing in respect of the province. In order to perform the above functions, we need to investigate and appoint a commission of inquiry into complaints of police inefficiency and or breakdown of relations between the police and community, make recommendations to cabinet. It goes further to make other constitutional provisions as to what the department needs to do. Honorable Speaker, nowhere in the Constitution does it provide for the Department of Community Safety to budget for and finance crime-fighting activities or mechanisms of the SAPS. It talks about oversight over the SAPS. The honorable member's motion is flawed in that it calls for the department to finance crime-busting technology that on its own constitutes operational matter of fighting against crime. All the department could do is to advise the National Minister of Police on its crime prevention and policing needs. Calling for the Eastern Cape Department of Community Safety to partner with the City of Cape Town is well-meaning, but the two have got different mandates. The City of Cape Town has a fully fledged city police whose operations are in the city's control, whilst the Department of Community Safety does not control the SAPS, nor does it have personnel and mandate to run operations. All of us in the August House agree that the levels of crime are not acceptable in the country, in general, and the province in particular. In any case, no crime is acceptable. Even a single crime is acceptable. As members of the House, we should desist from distorting and using crime statistics for cheap political point scoring. Instead, we should pull our weight together to rid our society of the scourge. In debating the issue of crime in our society, we should avoid constitutional overreach and seek the House to adopt motions that are not in the department's constitutional mandate. What we need to address are the real causes of crime in society, which is basically the system of capitalism. Crime and deviance are a direct result of capitalist mode of production. In a capitalist society, the pursuit of profit leads to exploitation of the working class, creating conditions of poverty, inequality, and social alienation. These conditions, in turn, contribute to criminal behavior as individuals may resort to the illegal government.
Thank you. Honorable Kasim, on what rule are you raising on?
I want to know if the honourable member is willing to take a question on.
Question,
no.
Is Cyril a capitalist?
Okay, he's not allowing you to ask him that question. Thank you. Continue, Honorable Vanju.
These conditions, I was on time out, ne? Yeah. I've got that minute where he disturbed me. These conditions in turn contribute to the criminal behavior of individuals as individuals may resort to illegal means to survive or rebel against the oppressive system. The point I raised above is illustrated by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who said, I quote, "There is nothing more dangerous than to build a society with a large segment of the people in that society who feel they have no stake in it, who feel that they have nothing to lose. People who have stake in their society protect that society. But when they don't have it, they unconsciously want to destroy it." Close quote. As South Africans and patriots, we need to strive towards a more equitable society. The African National Congress, in its quest to address the injustices of the past, has recently passed the Expropriation Act of 2025 through the Government of National Unity, which, by the way, falls way short of addressing the issue of ownership of the means of production. Those that represent the capitalist interest have gone out of their way to go to their their political masters in Washington to distort the objectives of the expropriation bill. The effect of that was damaging the unity of the nation and the race relations in South Africa. As political parties that campaigned in the 2024 provincial elections and were elected to the provincial legislature, we should hold the interest and the needs of the people of the province to heart and seek to find realistic solutions to the crime problem in the province. There is evidence of the South African Police Service intensifying their crime intelligence capability in the province through recent successful operations against hardened criminals who have honed their criminal craft in the Western Cape and other provinces and sought to export it to our province. Consequently, the motion borders on grandstanding and deserves to be rejected, given that the provincial government in SOPA, budget votes, and the MEC of Community Safety have presented the government plans in fighting crime and that are beginning to show positive results. On the basis of the above deliberations, I move to reject the motion of the member as its proposals are not within the constitutional mandate of the department. By the way, it's not Baghdad, it's Islamabad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vanku. I now call upon the MEC, Honorable Ngata. MEC, you have 15 minutes, and your 15 minutes starts now. Thank you very much.
Greetings, Deputy Speaker, and the Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, and Honorable members, distinguished guests, the Acting HOD and other officials of the department present, the Acting Provincial Commissioner, Major General Dladla, I don't see him here. Members of the JCPS cluster present here today, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Honorable Speaker, let me first appreciate the contribution done by Honorable Vanku and Honorable Churchill, Honorable Buya, Honorable Gaylor. And they have made my work very easy. And from what they say, and from what we have heard here today, you can clearly see that we're really sitting with an AfriForum that presents itself as something else. It is AfriForum that went all over the world talking lies about our country. Now we are facing this challenge, now they are crying. Now you stand here, you mobilize against government efforts, You stand here, you chase away investors. You stand here to say the department must be closed, but the department must partner, the department must get resources. Which one? The closed one? You see how inconsistent it is to be unprincipled. The other issue which is raised here is an issue of context, you know, when we're discussing these matters, because the issue of crime is a sensitive issue. We need to treat it as such, and such one life is one too many. And therefore, any discussion about the numbers are this and the numbers are that is quite not a helpful discussion, because we don't want to lose anybody. But it's important to stand here, especially when you call yourself an honorable member, to speak the truth, to speak that which is in the official reports. For instance, with the murder rate in terms of the recent stats, the Eastern Cape is not number one. Gauteng is 1,741. And KZN is 1,493. Eastern Cape is 1,300. Western Cape is 1,198. So the point that I'm raising is that it's important that we don't distort facts. We don't mobilize against the government efforts, and then we're not different to dive in the box and cry foul. You want investors, but you're calling them, you're chasing them away at the same time. Honorable Speaker, it is those who are praising Baghdad and the Al-Qaeda here. You can see the kind of value system they represent. It is an honor and a privilege for me to stand before this esteemed House and account for the performance of the department. And I would like to take this opportunity once again to appreciate members who recognize the work that has been done by the department. As it relates to the rates of extortion, as it relates to the work done by the Justice Cluster, of which our department is part of that cluster, we have ensured that, Honorable Speaker, can we ensure that I am not distracted?
Honorable members, I would want to believe that you want to hear what the Honorable MEC will account about, especially after you have debated on this point. Kindly give him a chance, because now this back and forth of chatting, it's also inconveniencing us. I know you would get an opportunity to engage with him during when we eat, you know. Kindly utilize that time. Thank you very much. Continue, MEC.
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Speaker. And I did listen to him as a Democrat. Now he's unable to listen to anybody. So, Honorable Chair, Deputy Speaker, as a department, we would want to put on record, for instance, as we welcome this opportunity, that the work done by our officials to play this oversight role over SAPS include oversighting 199 police stations across the province. We have added now another police station, which make it 200 police stations. And therefore, the issue of staff and the issue of traveling is quite a given reality. The work that we do through our courts watching brief is part of this work. I don't know this complaint about our staff traveling. Who should be doing the oversight then if our staff are sitting in the offices not going to police stations? Who must be traveling then to do this kind of oversight? So some of the issues that are raised, I find them quite very much unreasonable. We are committed to implement the issues that have raised by honorable members who engage in this constructive discussion, and want to ensure that the patriots that we work with, both in the business chamber of BCM, of Nelson Mandela, they must not be discouraged, because the work that they do together with us is a work that should be done by patriots, not to speak ill about your own country and your own province and claim to be a patriot. Those things are not working side by side. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to quote the wise words of President Mandela, who once said, I quote, "Crime must be controlled. Freedom without civility and the ability to live in peace is not freedom," close quote. President Mandela understood that true freedom cannot exist without peace and stability. This important message from our late icon aligned beautifully with the ruling party's fifth priority, which directed the ANC-led government to intensify efforts on the fight against crime and work towards making our communities safer. And in this regard, thanks, Honorable Gayla, I've received calls from people of Mhlaba who appreciate the sense of relief, even relative as it is, the sense of relief that they can walk freely. The sense of relief that some of the criminals who were taking control, including the Paktoa group, which were taking over government buildings, there's a lot, they were arrested. And the group that were doing extortion, some of them were arrested permanently, detained permanently. They will no longer cause problem because of the work that is being done, to fight against crime. And same as the people in Nelson Mandela, they do appreciate the contribution and the efforts that are being made in this regard. This includes the actions that we're taking against drugs, against organized crime, GBVF, infrastructure theft, vandalism. And albeit some of the issues that have happened in the recent past, including the alleged rape of the young Twekwe and other crimes committed against children. And all these crimes, they cast a cloud on the progress that we're making. Who are involved in this actual work will not fail to recognize the importance of the progress we're making and use it as a basis to take the fight more against criminal. Now, no one will manage to discourage us and defocus us to look the other way. We know what is the task given by the people to this government, and we'll do exactly that. Honorable Speaker, as government, we recognize that the police alone cannot successfully eradicate crime, as articulated by Honorable Buya. This understanding led to the decision to rename the department to the Department of Community Safety. The reasons behind this change is to encourage our communities to collaborate with the police in combating crime that affects our communities. Did it include crime relating to funeral policies, where individuals insured others without knowing? The police cannot police that, where people are killed. And some crimes that are happening between people who know each other inside households. And therefore, that is why the issue of community mobilization becomes critical. We have strengthened community mobilization program to support SAPS in fighting crime, in building safer communities under the slogan, Musa ukuthula kusonakala. And this is a slogan that is beginning to resonate, where communities begin to rally and speak out. And that is why in some of the extortion cases, police were able to act swiftly, because people have used the extortion hotline to report the incidents of extortion. The Eastern Cape is working tirelessly to create a conducive environment to promote economic growth and development in the province. That is why we call all patriots and dedicated people of the province to focus on this task to ensure that we create a conducive environment to attract investment, to secure development as we fight against crime, poverty, and unemployment. To this end,
5 minutes remaining, Honorable Minister.
we have made specific, thanks, Honorable, we have made specific efforts in Nelson Mandela Metro, which is the work now that the Honorable Member is working against. Together with the Minister, we have signed a cooperation agreement, which has seen both the municipality, the provincial department, the provincial government, and the national government, all of us pulling together our resources, working together with government to fight against crime in the area. And that kind of collaboration of sharing resources is beginning to bear fruits. Only last week, we managed to rescue US a foreigner who was kidnapped and other cases, and successfully rescued them and secured them and arrested those who were involved. Those are some of the efforts that we're doing, and we will not allow anyone to defocus from this task. And We'll roll out from Nelson Mandela this cooperation agreement to the other two hotspots and other local municipalities so that we work together in the fight against crime. And the use of technology becomes very critical, as raised by Honorable Kassim. And his specific concern about the use of technology in the fight against crime. Those are issues that, through this initiative, as indicated by Honorable Vanju, Nelson Mandela Business Chamber, together with the municipality, are working together to roll out technology to fight against crime. And working together with Sandral, we are beginning to introduce an electronic system that is going to manage the major routes, particularly in the Nelson Mandela area, as a pilot project, which is going to be able to be used to monitor movements and therefore be able to chase away potential criminals and arrest them. And to conclude, Honorable Chair, let me express our deepest gratitude to the members of this august House for their unwavering support of our department as we strive to create safer communities throughout the province. We'll continue to urge those who are so determined to use crime as a political football to reconsider their approach and avoid politicizing this important issue. Crime affects us all. It is essential that we work together, eradicate crime in our communities, and refrain from telling lies. As Amilcar Cabral once said, tell no lies, claim no easy victories. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, I put the draft resolution. Are there any objections? Are there any objections, honorable members? All right, the draft resolution has been objected. Thank you. I will now ask the secretary to read the second subject matter for the discussion.
Draft resolution, Ms. N. Mlokoti, the 657 million Konga Dam failure.
Thank you very much. I will now call upon Ms. N. Mlokoti. Ms. N. Mlokoti, you have 15 minutes. Your 15 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the 8th Battalion of the EFF, with the party leader and the whip in absentia. I have all the time, I have 15 minutes. I never got so much time here. It's my first time, so I can even greet the Commander-in-Chief in absentia. Let me also greet honorable members, our guests in the gallery, the viewers at home, and also, most importantly, Impula Zikalujaca ezisithumileyo uba sizozimela apha. I rise in this house today, not in celebration, but in despair, not with hope, but with resolute that EFF brings accountability and a better life for our people from the opposition benches. Yes, water is now flowing from the Xhonkxa Dam, but the people of Komani are not yet free from their daily struggle for access to clean, safe, and reliable water. The less said about the rest of the Chris Hani District Municipality, the better. After 13 years of delays, broken promises, and more than 657 million spent, this project has only just resumed water pumping. We ask with no delusion of any optimism, why did it take so long? Why were the people of Komani allowed to suffer for more than a decade? The ruling party must not dare register this as a service delivery, but call it what it is, delayed damage control. Accountability is long overdue, and we are here for it. Let us remind this House that the Xhonkxa Dam was commissioned in 2012. It was intended to bring hope to a region crippled by water scarcity. But instead, for over a decade, it stood as a monument of governance failure and bloated costs. A dam surrounded by dry taps where women walked for kilometers, children missed school and hospitals, turned patients away due to the lack of water. The dam pumped water for just 6 months between December 2020 and May 2021, before it failed due to technical mismanagement. And now, while we are told water reaching the 5 megaliter reservoir and the Berry Dam, the structural and ethical failures of governance remain completely unaddressed. And let's not pretend that this renewed water flow is the result of proactive governance. It's not. It is the result of mounting pressure from the EFF in this legislature. The ANC cannot claim easy victory when they are forced to deliver services after a decade of negligence to finally act. The reality is the ANC only moved because they had no choice. We have long demanded progress. The EFF has raised repeatedly critical questions. Other opposition parties have kept the pressure high. This is not delivery. This is damage control under duress. On the 11th of February this year, the EFF put forward critical questions for written replies to the MEC for COGTA. The answers we received were shocking in their detail and equally shocking in what they omitted. At least through you, Deputy Speaker, MEC, we got response for this one because we've been sending many questions to your department and we are not finding joy. We are always responded to that. We are still awaiting for the response from the municipality. I thought I should mention that. Let me point the House to 2 questions which are of significance to today's debate. We requested a full breakdown of the 657 million spent on the Xhonkxa Dam. The answer revealed was that the 512 million was spent on construction, the 30 million was spent on professional fees, the 55 million was spent on disbursements, and 59 million was spent on escalation, bringing the total to 657 million. Given this massive expenditure, Deputy Speaker, how can this House claim progress without full transparency on where every rand went? In February, we asked the MEC about accountability for the dam's failure to deliver water. The MEC replied that the responsible parties, which are the suppliers, the contractors, and the consultants, were held accountable, but that disputes and legal processes had to be explored. We ask today, Deputy Speaker, that the MEC expands on what these legal processes are and when were they undertaken, what were the outcomes, and who to this day has been held liable and how. If these cannot be answered today, you have no right to claim any development in Xhonkxa Dam as a success story. This House must fully register that the Xhonkxa Dam suddenly came alive again only after we turned up the heat, after the EFF stood firm and demanded accountability. If we had not done so, how much longer would this project have stagnated? How much more money would have been siphoned away? The timing of this resolution is no coincidence. The stop-and-go nature of this project was not accidental. It was deliberate, a stalling tactic that created opportunities for looting, for inflated contracts, and for rot disguised as red tape. We demand answers on who procured the defective pumps that supposedly led to the delays. We've been told the dam worked, but the pumps failed due to murky water. Who selected these pumps and at what cost? How much did the replacement cost? And most importantly, was the 13-year delay in Xhonkxa Dam just a technical issue, or were there administrative hurdles and corrupt practices involved? We reiterate our demand for a full forensic audit of the Xhonkxa Dam project. The forensic audit must include all awarded contracts, scrutinize price inflations, track payments, and identify irregularities. Should the audit reveal wasteful and fruitless expenditure, criminal charges must follow. Officials and companies must be held personally liable for this financial loss. A detailed, actionable plan must be tabled in this House within 30 days with a full reticulation schedule, timelines, budget accountability, and a list of every township and village still waiting for water in this municipality. Deputy Speaker, we so demand because we have seen similar patterns of corruption and bloating in other projects and procurement process in ANC-led provinces, including across the province. The 657 million is no small figure. And given that we have seen in Mpumalanga where 22 laptops cost 2 million, or that in the Eastern Cape millions were spent on a stoop in Buffalo City, a swimming pool in Mdantsane swallowed millions, boulders and random pillars were passed off as a bridge in Nogala after millions were spent, and 18 million has allegedly been spent in renovating Ebuhlanti, yet there is no visible change from the Buhlanti we all know. We are right to be suspicious. These cases are just few out of many where projects costs were bloated to siphon public funds for corrupt activities, and they make us question whether the 657 million price tag attached to Xhonkxa is not the usual inflation of prices the ANC is known for. This House must therefore resolve that a full public audit of the Xhonkxa Dam project should be undertaken immediately, that the Premier and the MEC for Xhonkxa table a comprehensive implementation plan within 30 days. The documentation from the DA-PAI application and all related reports be made public and shared with this House. That a forensic investigation be initiated and findings be submitted to the SIU and the Public Protector. That we establish a legislative infrastructure oversight committee with the power to summon officials and inspect sites. That a provincial infrastructure corruption watch list be created and updated quarterly. That an emergency water supply plan continue in the interim for areas without water, whether they are beneficiaries of Xhonkxa or not. That a skill audit be conducted in the Chris Hani District Municipality. That local residents and civil society be included in future oversights structures. That this House reaffirms that access to clean water is a right guaranteed by Section 27 of the Constitution. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Mlogoti. Honorable Khune.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm raising on a point of order. The resolution sought today is totally different from the resolution that was put on motion. So if there is a notice of motion for a new resolution, it must be put as such. Otherwise, what we are debating, the resolution is saying the House must resolve on, is not what is on the notice of motion.
Thank you, Honorable Khune. Honorable Mlogoti, we wouldn't want to debate something that has not been tabled before the House. I'm not sure whether are you agreeing to what Honorable Khune is saying, or you can justify what you have just done.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, what I'm reading is in line with the motion that was submitted. Can I continue?
What was the motion?
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
On what rule?
I'm glad you have asked me that, Honorable Speaker. Can I proceed? I was not elected by you, ne?
I do have what you are supposed to be reading, Honorable Mlogoti, and indeed, what has been raised by Honorable Khune is not what you are talking to. And in fact, can I assist you with what you are supposed to be speaking to? So that if you are not prepared, we can see how we can assist you moving
I am
forward.
more than prepared, Deputy Speaker. Can I continue?
Sorry?
I am more than prepared. Can I land? Because I'm about to land.
Are you landing on what you have
Yes.
raised on?
Yes, because I've been raising issues that are part of the motion.
No, that's
Just that
not
it's
true.
different English, Honorable Khune.
No. It's not. It's not.
Honorable Deputy
It's
Speaker.
not, because I have every point that you are supposed to be speaking to, and you have not touched any of them besides Konka Dam. That's the only thing that you have spoken to, which is here in front of myself.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
No, you take your seat.
You've recognized me already.
No, not, I was still asking why are you raising
Yes.
up?
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
No. Wait, I'll
I'll
give you a chance. Honorable Mlogoti, I think maybe you will have to assist you to maybe take your seat.
Can I
And
assist
then when you are prepared for the, for the motion or the draft resolutions that you were going to speak to, then we take it from
But
there.
this
Or
is
maybe
the
you just
motion,
conclude,
Deputy
That's not
the
procedural.
members will debate on your opening remarks, because that's where your draft resolution
Deputy
ended.
Speaker?
That's not
No.
procedural. Honorable Deputy Speaker, that's not procedural.
Wait, Honorable.
No, but it's not procedural. You can't
but,
tell a
Mamela Kasim, we are dealing with something that is not procedural already.
No, I disagree.
So it's fine.
So allow me to make my
No, wait. You can't do that. You can't now want to burden us with more problems on top of the problem that you have.
I want to assist you, Deputy Speaker.
No, I don't want to be assisted here.
I'm trying to assist.
Honorable members.
I'll solve your problem.
Honorable Kasim, please switch off your mic. Honorable Mlogoti.
Let me continue, Deputy Speaker. I understand you have to defend.
No. I said I do have what you are supposed to be speaking to here, of which what Honorable Khune has raised.
Then allow me to continue if you have it, Deputy Speaker.
No. You have actually
Allow me to
finished
finish.
everything that I had allocated to you in terms of time.
No.
I was about.
Aye.
Wait.
Aye, don't
Honorable
abuse
members.
us.
Honorable members.
Thank you, Kasim.
Honorable members. We can't all preside. There's only one chair here, and it's this one that belongs to me. Unless there can be a rule that says bring all those chairs here, and I didn't request any assistance. I've got a team here that is assisting me. I am now, I'm saying, kuthiwa nguMadlamini, Honorable Mlogoti. Are you, I'm saying to you, ne, when you did all that you did wrongly. If you can admit that, we can see how can we then assist you moving forward with regards to this matter.
Can I rise in my point of order, Honorable Deputy Speaker? Please. I'm the chief whip of the opposition, Honorable MEC. Of the opposition. All of them. There's no GPU here. These are my members of the opposition.
Honorable Mlogoti, where are you? Okay, thank you. What we are discovering here, ne, is that there is a motion that was tabled and submitted, of which now, when you were not debating from that particular motion. In fact, you have amended it. We'll just allow you to conclude what you have spoken to quickly. Then we allow other members to debate. But it must be noted that you have amended your motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's no way that I would read that 2 pages of a motion.
2 minutes
that I read
left.
That day. That is why I had to add, but it's still within the same context. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are at crossroads. We can either fall for the illusion of progress and pat ourselves on the back for doing the bare minimum, or we can rise with urgency, integrity, and uncompromising accountability. The people of Komani have been too patient. The taps may be running, but the trust has run dry. We owe them not just water, but justice, dignity, and accountability. We can allow inflated tenders and political shielding to continue, or we can end it right here, right now, with the Konka Dam as our case study of how public accountability was reclaimed in the Eastern Cape. Let history record that this House did not turn away, but stood for justice, that we said, enough is enough.
Thank you very
the
much,
EFF, we have followed
Honorable
the
Mlogoti.
legislative processes.
Your time is up. Thank you.
And
No,
let
no,
me
no,
be
no, no,
clear,
no,
we
no,
are
no,
not
no, Honorable
satisfied with the
Mlogoti,
responses.
Honorable
We
Mlogoti,
will not hesitate to
Honorable
escalate this
Mlogoti,
entire matter
Honorable
to the Public Court
Mlogoti,
Protector and demand
Honorable
formal investigation
Mlogoti,
into the financial and legal and
Honorable
governance failures
Mlogoti,
surrounding the Konka
Honorable
Dam.
Mlogoti.
I thank
Honorable members, oh, okay, it's fine. Honorable, I'll now call upon Honorable Evers. Honorable Evers, you have 9 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, honorable members of the House, officials, guests, I greet you all. While surrounded by the Konka Dam, the villages of Khotsana, Chachu, Tsolokazi, Qiti, Mkolonga, Khwatsane, and Khodana in the Malahle local municipality don't benefit from the water of the Konka Dam. This has disadvantaged the villages in farming activities. The Conca Dam Water Augmentation Project, which dates back to 2012, has been met with numerous planning and implementation challenges, with the cost of the project ballooning to a staggering 657 million and counting. To date, the cost overrun has accumulated to 187 million over the initial estimates, which includes 21 million cost for a mechanical pump after the dam stopped pumping water in May 2021, after pumping water just for 6 months. 13 years later, the Chris Hani District Municipality continues to fail in ensuring the full operations of the Conca Dam, leading to a prolonged water crisis that has plagued the residents of this region. The saddest part of the failure by Chris Hani District is that the Conca Dam is reported to be 100% full. Communities have had to endure the painful reality that they see the water in the dam but cannot access that from their taps. Honorable Deputy Speaker, these villages before the Enoch Mkujima local municipality over-extracted the Bonkolo Dam, rendering it non-operational, had an abundance of water for both agriculture and domestic consumption, now have to rely on boreholes and rivers, fountain water. There is nothing that strips away the dignity of our people in the Eastern Cape more than the reality of having to consume water with animals. If this persists, the Eastern Cape will continue featuring as the star actors of cutting edge and carte blanche. When there is no diesel for the borehole water pumps, there is unfortunately no water for the communities of these villages in the Emalahleni local municipality. These villages now live in constant state of unease, having to worry about the availability of diesel to give them access to one of their constitutional rights, access to water. Honorable Deputy Speaker, after many years of sustained pressure by countless members of this legislature, one of being my colleague, Honorable Chantal King, when she delivered a member statement in this chamber calling on the urgent intervention of the Honorable MEC responsible for cooperative governance and traditional affairs, has eventually paid off. Water pumping from the Conca Dam resumed last week, replenishing the 5 megaliter reservoir of the Barry Dam, bringing dignity and life of meaning for the people of Komani and surrounding areas. On behalf of the people, I thank Honorable King for fighting to have this project moving forward again, but we have not reached the promised land yet. We will continue to monitor the progress of the Conca Dam augmentation project until its full completion at phase 7, and it needs be, we will once again use the resources available to us as honorable members to push back against an arrogant district municipality which jeopardizes our people's basic human right to access water to municipal neglect and poor planning. Honorable Deputy Speaker, lihlazo kulomzi onesidima lowisomthetho yokuba sizoxoxa ngale ntsasa ngomma wamanzi neenkonzo ezingafikeleliyo kwabantu basephondweni. Let us as a house support this motion and send a strong message that as the 7th administration, we will not tolerate poor service delivery, especially when it affects our rural and peri-urban communities. The Democratic Alliance support the motion. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Evers. I now call upon Honorable Kotoi. Honorable Kotoi, you have 5 minutes. It starts now. Thank you.
Enkosi, Honorable Deputy Speaker, mandibulise kuye wonke umuntu wase Eastern Cape osebumnyameni, ndithi makudede ubumnyama kuvele ukukhanya camagu. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Section 27, subsection 1B, womgaqo-siseko waseMzantsi Afrika guarantees everyone the right to sufficient food and water. Section 27, subsection 2, enjoins the state to take reasonable and other legislative measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of these rights. The National Water Services Act openly states that its aim is to provide for the rights of access to basic water, supply and sanitation. The preamble of the National Water Services Act provides, and I quote, recognizing the rights of access to basic water supply and basic sanitation necessary to ensure sufficient water and an environment that is not harmful to health or well-being, close quote. Acknowledging that there is a duty on all spheres of government to ensure that water supply services and sanitation services are provided in a manner which is efficient and sustainable. Kule minyaka i-30 into our democracy, the people or residents of Krisani District Municipality, the constitutional right to sufficient water remains an elusive right. The residents of the Krisani District Municipality must have been filled with hope when, during the State of the Nation address of 2025, the President said, and I quote, an urgent priority is to ensure a secure and reliable supply of water across the country, close quote. Their hopes must have been high when the Premier of the Eastern Cape province, naye okwasuka kule district, when he stated during the State of the Province address, and I quote, siyazi ukuba kukho indawo ezingekabi nawo amanzi nendawo ezinempompo ezingaphumi manzi sikwiphulo lokuzisombulula ezingxaki sibambisene nomasipala, close quote, ngala voice kaPremier. It must be noted that in 2024, the district municipality budgeted an amount of 546 million for Konga Dam bulk water project, and the project was meant to be completed at the end of 2018. Just for the record, the initial estimated cost of the project in 2011 was 470.8 million. However, the project was not completed in 2018. This 6 years delay had a devastating effect on the surrounding communities in that they have had to live with regular water outages. By 2024, the budget for the project had escalated to an amount of approximately 647 million. Despite the massive amounts of millions of rands that has been spent on the project of the Konga Dam, for the residents of Krisani District Municipality, the right to uninterrupted access to basic water services is still not guaranteed for them. Much as the water has over the past few days starting trickling in due to unrelenting pressure from the opposition parties, there is a need for the responsible municipal officials as well as the political office bearers to account for the delays, which have also resulted in escalated costs amounting to millions of rands from the taxpayers' money. It is against this background that the EFF strongly believes that the Krisani District Municipality must account for the delay also for every rand and cent that has been spent on the Konga Dam water project. A forensic investigation must be conducted to determine if proper supply management prescripts were followed in the appointment of the contractors or the service providers. Where the delay could be attributed to inefficiency or any of the contractors or service providers, then there
Thank you.
must be an
Thank you,
explanation
Honorable,
whether the consequence management
Otoi.
was followed.
Your
As
time
sithetha
is up.
nge-consequence management apha
Please
kule
sit
ndlu
down.
yowiso-mthetho.
Thank you. I call upon Honorable Buya. Honorable Buya, you have 3 minutes and it starts now.
Inkosi Sekela Somlomo. Sekela Somlomo. I am standing here in front of this house to quote our only president in South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, on his SONA. Open quote, an urgent priority of government is to ensure a secure and reliable supply of water across the country, close quote. Sekela Somlomo, I'm always saying, there is a problem. You identify a problem and you develop a system to resolve a problem. Kronkla Dam was budgeted. It's fine with all the millions that are quoted here. That is fine. Then Kronkla Dam has worked for 6 months. That budget is, as I am understanding, it was for construction. What was the maintenance budget after construction? Because after 6 months, the pump is running, pulling the water that is dirty, must clean the water, must purify everything. Automatically, that pump will collapse. What was the budget after that of the construction for maintenance? Then we are talking. You see, it's not only Kronkla. Untsikane, the village here, they've got taps there. There's no water that's coming there because of the budget maintenance is not there. The pipe burst on the line so that the water cannot go through and come out to the pumps. So when we come and debate here, it's good to debate all these things and put pressure on whatever that we're putting pressure on. But the best thing out of it, we must come together and bring a resolution and bring systems of securing what is the problem and make sure that it is addressed. Thank you very much, Sekela Somlomo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Buya. Honorable Matiwan. Honorable Matiwana, you have 14 minutes, and your 14 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, the Premier of the Province and his executive, honorable members, esteemed guests, and those who are watching us on the various media platforms, good evening. Let me state from the onset that this motion is partially moot. As of the 4th of April 2025, Kronkla Pump Station is fully operational. And water is successfully reached Berry Dam in Komani, significantly improving the town's water supply situation. Yabona ke Honorable Madlamini, what she did here by bringing a motion, but the debate and the submission of the motion is not the same. He did a cardinal problem as follows. One, it has procedural complications. There was the lack of clarity. There was procedural objection which was done by Honorable Khune. There was misunderstanding, there was confusion. If you have done your research way back, you don't go back, that is what you'll do. In systems thinking, Honorable MEC, we call it you undershooting and overshooting your desired outcome. That's what has happened here. And we don't have time to outline what is the systems thinking and how it applies itself in cognition. The Constitution of the Republic, Section 21, subsection 1B, affirms without ambiguity that everyone has a right to access to sufficient food and water. As public representatives, particularly under the banner of the African National Congress, we remain resolute in our responsibility to realize this right for all, particularly the poor and the marginalized. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, the ANC-led government has made undeniable strides in extending access to clean, reliable water. We inherited a system engineered to exclude the majority. Let me say this softly. We inherited a system engineered to exclude the majority. Today, more than 90% of households have access to piped water. That is not just a progress, honorable members, it is transformation. Here in the Eastern Cape, between 2011 and 2022,
Order, honorable
Can I be
members.
protected?
Honorable members, can we afford Honorable Matiwan an opportunity, especially those that were afforded an opportunity when it was their term?
keep my time.
Please, honorable members. Thank you. Continue, honorable
Here in the
Matiwan.
Eastern Cape, honorable members, between 2011 and 2022, an additional 1.2 million households were connected to water supplies systems. The reason why we had to bring this into context because it's as if there's one specific project that we're dealing with in the Eastern Cape and forget where we're coming from. As we advance in the current administration, we have committed to increasing access to piped water from 80% to 90% by 2030. To fulfill this, 3.5 billion will be allocated through municipal infrastructure grant aimed directly at municipalities for water reticulation. To demonstrate that these are not promises but deliverables, Lubisi Water Treatment Works has been launched, benefiting over 90,000 residents in Krisani. Honorable Premier, there he is. During his State of the Province address, he committed that 11 regional bulk infrastructure projects, including Ndlambe bulk water supply, Stakespruit regional wastewater treatment works, and Greater Mbizana bulk water system will be completed in this 7th term. Now allow me to directly address the Konka Dam project, the subject of misinformation and opportunistic attacks on our government. Uthi, Honorable Mlokoti, EFF has turned the heat. Let me counterpose that. The heat was turned on the person speaking in front, on the EFF by Honorable Khune. Let me warn you, I never to do this. You don't turn the heat when there's no cooking. You don't control temperature when there's no heat. The Konka Pump Station and its associated infrastructure are key components of our long-term provincial water security plan. This project was commissioned in 2019, and it was rolled out in 6 structured phases, amounting to a 470 million investment. These phases involve building a pump station, laying pipelines, and installing critical infrastructure designed to future-proof our water supply. Admittedly, the project encountered technical setbacks during the initial testing phases. The pumps failed due to their inability to manage high turbidity in the raw water, a unique challenge specific to the catchment area. I'm reading it softly so that when you do research, we go deeper. A comprehensive technical investigation confirmed that the pumps installed were not fit for these conditions. This was huge oversight. We're making this point. This was huge oversight on the part of the principal agent or the engineers in this regard. In line with our government commitment to accountability, action was taken. Contractors, suppliers, engineers were held responsible. While this process took time, it was necessary to uphold engineering standards and protect public funds. So there must be no illusion that there is somebody sitting somewhere allowing people to eat on the money that is meant for our public. Water security in those service providers have since been terminated and new ones are being sourced. Water security in Komani relies on water down, Bonkolo and Konka dams. Due to prolonged droughts and reduced inflows, especially at Bonkolo, dependency has been on water down has since increased. A request by the municipality has since been sourced that the national department must further allocate further funding, and that request has been approved by the National Department of Water and Sanitation. Operating Konga comes with cost approximately 2 million per month, a considerable sum given existing revenue constraints of our municipality. But this is not a cost only, it is an investment in dignity, in health and stability of our communities. The municipality, through COCTA, is actively exploring ways to reduce operational costs and improve efficiency through modernization and process optimization. Looking forward, the refurbishment of Waterdown Dam and upgrade of Komane Water Treatment Works will be completed by 2028-2029 financial year. These upgrades, under the project steering committee, which will involve Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation, local stakeholders, technical experts, will greatly enhance long-term sustainability. As the ANC, we are committed to transparency and public participation. Regular progress updates will be shared with communities. The district municipality, working with other critical stakeholders, are working to strengthen communication channels so that our people in that district are informed and not misled about challenges and progress we are making. Secondly, rigorous quality assurance processes are essential in projects of this size. We also acknowledge that procurement decisions should prioritize suitability, durability over cost alone. Engaging independent technical experts to evaluate suppliers and inspect equipment should have minimized the risk of receiving incompatible and some substandard components. In conclusion, had all these measures been diligently implemented comprehensively, planning stringent quality controls, active stakeholder participation, rigorous testing, transparent communication, we would have avoided some of the lies that are being shared here. These falsehoods propagated by this motion could have been prevented if we had made sure that each stage of the project's execution was properly carried out and monitored. Indeed, yes, all of that has been said could have been circumvented. Our communities deserve infrastructure built on accountability, technical excellence, and foresight principles that guide all our future endeavors. We remain unwavering in our commitment to deliver clean, safe, and reliable water to people of Komani. Consequently, we reject this motion. Madam Honorable Deputy Speaker, water is not merely about infrastructure. It is about restoring dignity, empowering communities, and building a future that leaves no one behind. The ANC's record is clear. We have moved South Africa forward, and we shall continue to do so, guided by the Constitution, inspired by the Freedom Charter, and accountability to our people we serve. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matiwan. I now call upon the MEC, Honorable Williams. Honorable Williams, you have 15 minutes, and your 15 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier, members of the Executive.
Oh, sorry, Honorable MEC. I think there's a hand, the Honorable Tuba. On what rule are you raising on? Your mic?
Rule 131, sub rule 1, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Just after the MEC delivered the debate from his side, I would like you to rule on Rule 131, sub rule 1 in the light of the amended. Before you put the question, I would like to get the clarity whether this motion still stands, because it must be signed. And do you have the signed motion in front of you, if the table can actually assist?
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Tuba. All right. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Hey.
Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Anchafisa lendithethwa ngu-Honorable Honorable Deputy Speaker, greetings to the House and to our communities in social media platforms. And yeah, Honorable Speaker, I believe that when you become deceitful, it's obvious that there's internal contradiction. Your heart knows that you're not speaking the truth, but your mind wants you to speak the untruth. And therefore, you automatically will suffer from cognitive dissonance. And that will make you unable to consolidate your facts according to what we are supposed to respond to. Imagine us having to respond in that kind of a situation. And I would like this House to remind the House, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that after being asked by Honorable King, I responded to this House. And I would like us to even consult the Hansard. I indicated in this House that before the end of April, water will be coming out of Tonga Dam in Queenstown. I raised that in this House. And it must not be some pressure that is built on a house of cards that has actually made us to be able to deliver water in Okumgijima municipality. In fact, Honorable Deputy Speaker, when the questions were asked, we were busy working already in Krisani, trying to resolve the water problem. It's untrue that when somebody was concerned, we then woke up and had to respond to the concerns than to respond to service delivery that is facing our communities. And the presentation here is as if Queenstown suffered 6 years without water, when it was a period of a month and a half without water. And now it is presented as 6 months. It's quite disheartening if members would want to score political points by presenting untruths to the House. But be that as it may, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we have resolved the problem. On the 4th of April, our Minister of Water Affairs was in Krisani District to preside over us opening the pumps to release water to the communities. And we must contextualize that Tonga Dam is not a dam that directly delivers water to Queenstown communities. It is a transferring dam to that municipality. And it must never be presented as if it is the primary dam that transfers water to Enoch Mgijima. And I think members must a bit do their research properly so that when we talk here, we talk at equal level of information. And we know that the town of Kokokomani in Enoch Mgijima is being fed by various dams. And the holding dam that Konka feeds into is the Berry Dam that supplies the Komani water treatment works. Two of these dams, Konka and Water Down, are owned and operated by the Department of Water Services. And the water levels at the time are 194% respectively. The third dam, which is Bonkolo, which is owned by Krisani District Municipality, is the one that is at 13%. That's a direct dam that transfers water to the communities. And that's where I said in this house, water was depleted. And we had to then unlock water from Konka Dam. That must be contextually correct. The Water Service Authority is using currently less than its allocation in the two other dams, which is Konka and the Water Down Dam. But we were over-abstracting in the Bonkolo Dam, which is very small and should be serving as backup since the completion of Konka transfer scheme. Konka Dam is meant to transfer water to the Komani water treatment works to deal with water shortages. In addition, that project was aimed to provide bulk potable water to Ilinge and Makibini villages through a package plant. And that project has got two phases. The first phase, with 5 contractors, included a new pump station and dam connection. I know the honorable member is interested in figures. That costed about 24.8 million, and we completed that part. Manufacturing and supply of coated line steel pipes costed us 65.8 million, and that part of the project was complete. Contract 3 was about installation of 11.7 gravity mains and a 5 megaliter reservoir at 85.5 million, and the progress is 100%. Contract 4 was the installation of pumping mains, and that was 22.2 kilometers. And that costed us about 111.4 million, and we completed that part. The contract 5 was the installation and commissioning of mechanical and electrical equipment for Konka Pump Station, which costed about 92 million. And that part was also completed 100%. But then, after the commissioning of the phase 1 in August 2019, a practical completion certificate was issued to the municipality to say we are complete with the project, and effectively we started at that time to deliver water to Berry Dam. The functionality of the scheme had challenges where
the engineers concerned advised on unsuitable pumps to transfer water because the turbidity of water in Nkonxa is too high. It means the water is too murky in Nkonxa Dam. It requires a stronger pump in order to facilitate water to be transferred. And once the municipality and the Department of Water Affairs identified the challenge, then the engineers were held accountable immediately. But the engineers took them to court. That's what delays the project. When they are held accountable, they took the municipality to court to fight it out. And the court processes are the ones that are responsible for the delay. It must be properly contextualized. In a bilateral meeting between Water Affairs and Chris Hani, after the resolution of the matter in court, the municipality could appoint a new service provider. That is the service provider that brings the plant into working order on the 4th of April, enabling us to be able to supply water to Berry Dam. There are two phases that are still outstanding in this whole dam, which is the Emakibini and Ilinge bulk pipelines, which requires 81 million. And that phase is 85% complete. The other phase is the 4 megaliters Makibini package plant. That one is 99%. And we are hoping this will be completed soon, but I was given dates because of the confidence the municipality has, and I was requested by the municipality to invite the honorable member on the 28th of April to go to Chris Hani District Municipality and join our premier to celebrate us launching that mega project, because we will have fully completed the project.
3 minutes left, Honorable MEC.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, there was convergence of untruths against us this afternoon, where the buzzword of corruption and malfeasance was used unfairly, even in projects where we have proven to be quite efficient in using state resources. And lies have short legs, and the people of Enoch Mgijima will be the best judges in this case. And those who assume to be representing them today must go there and witness us doing it on the 28th. They are invited. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, in terms of the motion, the notice of motion, which is Rule 131, subsection 1, clearly states that when giving a notice of a motion, the member must read it aloud and cause to be delivered at the table a signed copy of the notice, of which that notice was indeed delivered and signed by the member that submitted that tabled that particular motion, of which that motion was recorded. It's what we have on the order paper. So I will now put a draft resolution as appearing on the order paper. Honorable members. So what I'm putting now is what is appearing on the order paper. So it's up to you whether you accept or you reject, but we are not putting any amendment, but what is appearing on the order paper. The draft resolution has been rejected. Thank you, honorable members. I will now ask the secretary to read the third subject matter for discussion.
Draft resolution, Ms. J.M. Cowley, addressing surgery backlogs.
Thank you, Acting Secretary. I will now call upon Honorable Cowley. Honorable Cowley,
Don't make trouble.
you have 15 minutes, and your 15 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of the House, officials and guests, I greet you all. Deputy Speaker, surgery backlogs and orthopaedic surgery backlogs in particular are not only an Eastern Cape phenomenon. In fact, they're not even a South African phenomenon. They are a global issue. According to data from the 2019 Global Burden of Disease Study, 1.71 billion people globally are living with musculoskeletal conditions, most of which requires some form of surgery. This, according to Professor Robert Dunn, a consultant spine and orthopedic surgeon, is largely attributable to the fact that populations around the world are aging. Naturally, this burden has significant economic implications as more and more people with these conditions cannot perform day-to-day tasks. In South Africa, this burden is exacerbated by very high levels of trauma, largely associated with high levels of crime, which sadly go hand in hand with high levels of unemployment. In 2022, the South African Medical Research Council's Burden of Disease Research Unit showed that interpersonal violence is one of the top risk factors for disease and death in the country. Certain infections and certain cancers that require transplants also require orthopedic intervention. Sadly, patients living with TB and HIV/AIDS also develop musculoskeletal conditions, which can require orthopedic attention. In the Eastern Cape, we have some of the highest unemployment in the country and shockingly high levels of violence. We know we have a very high burden of disease, and all of these contribute to overwhelming an already fragile health system. Realistically, injuries such as broken bones caused by trauma are prioritized and are attended to more quickly. But even with trauma patients, there are delays, especially when trauma loads are high, such as over weekends and holidays. This has significant impact on elective or planned surgeries, which get held in abeyance while the overloaded health system tries to cope with such high incidences of trauma and disease. These surgical delays have a devastating impact on the emotional wellness of the patients, but also on the orthopedic teams who face burnout and a deepening sense of hopelessness as the demands on them grow daily. The longer patients wait for their elective surgeries, the worse the chance of successful surgery becomes. Their condition becomes more difficult to resolve, and the costs of the required surgery escalate substantially. Another global phenomenon that has come to the fore right here in the Eastern Cape is that of litigation. Whether as a result of prolonged delays or unsuccessful surgeries caused by the long delays. We are painfully aware of the impact that litigation has had in our provincial health system, but we have to acknowledge that many of the medico-legal claims, not all, but many, against the Eastern Cape Department of Health are justified, whether we like it or not. By far, the highest number of medico-legal claims against our department are for cerebral palsy cases, due in the main to gross negligence. While the department has put many plans in place to strengthen their response through improved clinical interventions and several other interventions, they absolutely have to keep their eye on the ball to ensure that orthopedic failures do not become the next litigation millstone around their necks. Or, for that matter, the families of a security guard, for example, who was killed by a falling gate this morning. These open the department up to litigation. The high incidences of medico-legal claims also impact on our healthcare workers, who still have to perform miracles under severe pressure, knowing that in many cases their best could still become a legal claim against them. So, Deputy Speaker, our Eastern Cape Department of Health finds itself in a severely compromised position. So how do we move forward from here to address these backlogs? Well, as they say in the classics, never fear when the DA is near. That was a joke. But let's look at some great initiatives. Let's look at some great initiatives that have taken place in other provinces, just to showcase that thinking out of the box can really be helpful. In Limpopo, the health department entered into a public-private partnership with private hospitals, where some elective surgeries, not all, but some, including hip replacements, are conducted at the private facility for an agreed fee. In Mpumalanga, a sessional surgeon was appointed at Rob Ferreira Hospital, which increased their operating days to 4 days a week. And they were able to extend the service to a district hospital for the same number of days a week. And these all reduce the numbers of, the backlogs. And then, of course, in the DA-governed Western Cape, at Groote Schuur Hospital in Cape Town, orthopedic teams were able to perform 1,500 elective surgeries in a year to clear their numbers down to pre-COVID numbers, which reduced them quite dramatically. They did this by dedicating a ward specifically to a day theatre that didn't require pre- or post-surgery delays. And this was done by acquiring funding from 3 sources, one being the gift of the givers, one being the Groote Schuur Hospital Trust, and one being money that they secured from like a leftover COVID surgical recovery fund from their provincial government. Now, here in the Eastern Cape, we know that because of severe financial constraints, we have to be able to do more with less. But it is how we do more with less that is critical. To address my first proposed resolution in the motion, we know that in order to perform surgeries, we need theatres. Not brand new smart theatres that cost hundreds of millions of rands through corrupt tender processes for cadres, just clean, functional theatres. In Gqeberha, the provincial hospital has 10 theatres. Only 4 of them are functional. Even more shocking is the fact that there's very little wrong with the 6 that aren't working. The electrics need replacing and the air conditioning needs to be fixed. All you need to do is phone a local electrician and sort it out. You would have to use your cell phone, obviously, because the landlines have all been cut, but nonetheless, it is perfectly fixable. There are non-functional theatres across the province that could, in a matter of weeks, be up and running if there was the political will to fix them. This would immediately improve the capability of district and regional hospitals so that certain elective surgeries can be decentralized and patients could have surgeries close to source. In her response to my written question in November last year, the Honourable MEC did commit that to address the elective surgery backlog by decentralising surgeries to district and regional hospitals. It is an excellent idea, but it hasn't happened yet because most of these hospitals are understaffed and under-resourced. Looking at proposed resolutions 2 and 3 from the motion, we need to talk about the elephant in the room. The non-filling of vacant posts. We understand the constraints, but particularly those of medical officers, theatre nurses, specialists such as anaesthetists, professional nurses with specialties such as ICU and theatre. And we need to talk about the non-payment of suppliers of critical surgical implants. I get tired of hearing that these are a result of financial constraints. We know that, but I come back to the political will. So let's have a look at a few truths. There are still, I think, 22 nurses and 10 administrative staff sitting at Osmond Hospital. They've been sitting there since October 2021 on full salaries, doing nothing. After 2 years, it had already cost this department 67 million rand. Now it's 2 more years. So call it 150 million rand that or 130, whatever, that we could have ring-fenced for something really, really useful, such as, critical implants or something. So then, this wasteful expenditure from Osmond is there because there is no appetite for taking on the unions. There are call centres that employ dozens, if not hundreds, of telephonists, both in EMS and in the infrastructure department. Funny story, we don't have phones that are working. Are they still being paid? Have they been retrenched? And if they are still being paid, at what cost to the department without delivering a service? Then one of my favourites, the infrastructure program that is so riddled with corruption and irregular expenditure that the AG himself just does a cut and paste every year and just adds a few zeros onto the irregular expenditure. Where is the political will to fix that? Allegedly, high-ranking officials all have their fingers in that very tasty pie. Hundreds of millions of rands annually that could be used to employ more doctors and nurses and pay suppliers, but nothing gets done. What about every assistant director and deputy manager and all those homemade positions in provincial head office, which is seething with bloated bureaucracy and costs the department hundreds of millions every year? We don't need girlfriends and side salads. We need doctors and nurses. So we cannot afford to have more doctors and theatre sisters and anaesthetists? Really? And you can't place suppliers of medical implants and medical treatments that literally save lives? Really? You could if you had the political will to do so. Here's why. If you remove the accruals and payables from the last financial year from the current budget, you'd be sitting with COE at 89% of the total budget. So the Eastern Cape Department of Health has become an employment agency and not a public service department. Therein lies the rot.
3 minutes to go.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, we know that our tertiary hospitals are inundated. Sometimes they have a bed utility rate of 90% or more. This is because primary and secondary levels of care are not what they should be. So of course we need to strengthen secondary and primary healthcare services, but not at the expense of the tertiary service. Space is a problem, and patients lie for days and sometimes weeks and months for their surgeries. And yet, when we go and conduct oversight at these facilities, there are empty wards at Provincial Hospital, there are empty wards at Dora and Genza. There's a brand new 80-bed, almost complete ward outside Free Hospital, empty, never been used. There is plenty of space. There's also a 40-bed New Haven facility, which has a very low bed utility rate. These could all be converted into orthopedic wards or day wards for orthopedic surgeries, like the one at Grooteskier, where patients don't require pre- and post-operative care and can be operated on and cleared off the list. This would immediately alleviate the backlogs. Deputy Speaker, to speak to my fourth resolution, there was an orthopedic surgery marathon at Cecilia Makiwane 2 years ago. 50 patients were operated, but sadly, most of them were trauma patients and not patients from the list. We have to anchor elective surgery services together with emergency services, especially during surgery marathons. Otherwise, the backlogs will only grow in number and together with expense and level of difficulty. This will further erode trust in the state health system and further demotivate an already exhausted and overstretched medical workforce. Lastly, Deputy Speaker, I request the MEC and the HOD to let the Portfolio Committee see a time-bound and fully budgeted plan to address these backlogs once and for all. Difficult decisions need to be made and fat needs to be cut so that this department can deliver on its mandate of adequate health care for all. Our people in the Eastern Cape deserve to live a life, a meaningful life of dignity. There is nothing dignified about being on a 10-year surgery list. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Cowley. What is that? I'm joking. I now call upon Honorable Mokhatosi. You have 9 minutes, Honorable Mokhatosi, and your 9 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, Dumelang. WB Eats once bewailed, but I, being poor, have nothing to offer but my dreams. I spread my dreams beneath your feet, tread softly because you step on my dreams. Every government service delivery failure has a human being on the other side, a human being with dreams, with families that might depend on these individuals. Our province's waiting lists for orthopedic surgeries are not just numbers. They represent thousands of lives put on hold, families plunged into hardship, and a healthcare system on the brink of collapse. In the face of a deepening crisis in orthopedic surgical care in Eastern Cape, I rise in strong support of this motion because of its psychosocial economic impact. You see, Deputy Speaker, this is not just about surgical backlogs, but the secular causality thereof. Simply put, how actions of one actor in a complex system influences what happens at and between other actors in the system. The consequences of delayed surgery are severe. Number one, conditions may worsen, sometimes resulting in permanent disability. Number two, the chances of a successful operation may drop dramatically as the time passes. Number three, surgeries become more complex and costly with lower success rate. Number four, patients may resort to litigation after failed procedures, further burdening the system, further exacerbating the risk of medical legal bill. And here is the looming storm that we often not speak about. The medical staff face overwhelming pressure, burnout, and constant fear of litigation with little support or no replacement for those who leave. As of November 2024, the waiting list for orthopedic implants surgery stood at 2,001 at Frere Hospital, 1,300 at Livingston Hospital, 496 at Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. These figures are likely even higher now. There are also significant backlogs in other facilities, including Cecilia Makiwane Hospital in Danzani. The recent reports confirm that the crisis has intensified. The waiting list for orthopedic surgeries at Frere Hospital have now increased, and official waiting times for joint replacement have reached up to 10 years, with children and infants waiting for more than a year for urgent procedures. So if you are a gardener or a construction worker, this might be it for you. This might be it. Children might be condemned to disability or immobility, robbing them of active childhood. The backlog is not isolated to a single hospital, but it prevails across the province and it is growing, with the Department of Health admitting that the true numbers are likely even higher than reported. So what is the cause? Honorable Cowley also mentioned some of these. Non-payment of suppliers has led to a critical shortage of surgical implants and equipment, with about 52 million in unpaid invoices, resulting in suppliers refusing to deliver further implants. Remember that circular causality. Operating theaters remain dysfunctional and condemned. Equipment failures. Number 4, staff shortages that are all-time high in terms of resignations and burnout, rampant amongst doctors and nurses. Replacement hiring is at a snail pace, and those who remain are stretched beyond capacity. And at some point, we have to make a study that looks at the psychological impact of staff shortage on healthcare givers in the Eastern Cape. As this crisis deepens, the psychosocial impact is immeasurable, with patients enduring years of pain, loss of mobility, and risk of permanent disability. In some cases, treatable injuries have resulted in amputation because of hospitals lacked resources to save limbs. Many of these patients lose their jobs or are unable to work, deepening poverty, increasing reliance on social grants. The Department of Health has been issuing sick notes and referring patients for social grants when their employment is threatened by surgical delays. Again, that's secular causality that I was talking about. In a province with one of the highest unemployment rates in the country, the loss of a breadwinner's income can devastate an entire household, increasing dependency on social welfare and further straining state resources. These waiting lists have exposed patients to immense emotional distress, triggering mental illness such as depression, conditions that are already at pandemic levels in our province. As patients' health deteriorates, many can no longer work. You can imagine if you are immobile and you depend on mobility to generate income to provide dignity for your family. Premier, you were here the other day with your immobile hands. I'm sure you would have seen how difficult it is, just even if it's for a week, to be just immobile for one hand. As hopelessness seeps in, psychological toll rises as they wait for relief. We are killing futures. We are killing families. We are causing more crisis by not realizing the broad impact of this, that this has on beyond the health department. Healthcare providers are not spared. And by the way, again, I want to emphasize this is a looming crisis. Medical staff face daily moral distress and burnout and fear of litigation due to their inability to provide standard of care treatments. This has led to a demoralized workforce, with some hospitals relying on overtime or temporary surgery marathons to make minimal progress. The province's medical legal claims bill has ballooned in the last 3 years, and a portion of which attributed to failed or delayed orthopedic procedures. So our lack of action is financially costly, and it's a never-ending crisis. The motion before us outlines some few actionable steps, and I'm going to leave some of them. Number 1, prioritize the repair of all damaged and dysfunctional theaters. Number 2, settle debts to suppliers for surgical implant urgently. Number 3, assess and equip all regional and district hospitals with orthopedic capabilities. Number 4, triage patients and prepare for multiple surgery marathons. Number 5, develop a time-bound, fully budgeted plan for implementation. Honorable members, the orthopedic surgery backlog in the Eastern Cape is a humanitarian and systemic crisis. Each day of inaction condemns more patients to pain, disability, and possibly poverty.
2 minutes remaining, Honorable.
The realities that waiting times now stretch up to a decade, equipment and staff shortage are crippling, and the financial human costs are spiraling out of control. Let us act now to restore the hope and dignity to the people of the Eastern Cape, because these patients have nothing to offer but their dreams. Let's tread carefully, because we tread on their dreams. I urge this House to support this motion. I know Honorable Mjajubana, Honorable Nana, Honorable Mbonyana, Honorable Khune might not be aware of this thing, but I know Honorable members Nyalambisa and other honorable senior members who understand, who are my peers. They understand orthopedic challenges, and I know they are going to convince the youngsters amongst us here to support this motion, honorable members. Honorable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhatozi, with this divide and rule of yours. I now call upon the EFF, Honorable Mlogoti. You have 5 minutes, and your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Njengoba lapha MEC, I saw MPs, honorable members from Krisani were not clapping, ngala mcimbi wamanzi, including the Premier. Ngoba bayalazi udaba. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise again on behalf of the economic freedom fighters in full recognition of the pain and suffering endured by thousands of people who are left languishing in our public hospitals, waiting endlessly for orthopedic surgeries. We acknowledge the motion by Honorable Cowley. However, let us be clear, this crisis is not new and it is not accidental. It is the direct result of a collapsed and mismanaged healthcare system in the Eastern Cape, where incompetence, corruption, and neglect are entrenched. Honorable Deputy Speaker, over 3,800 people across the Frere, Livingston, and Nelson Mandela academic hospitals are waiting for orthopedic implants. Yet suppliers remain unpaid, theaters lie broken, and the MEC's promise to decentralize surgeries to district hospitals remains unfulfilled. We are dealing not with technical glitches, but with systematic cruelty. How does a department that has known about this backlog for years still have no functional plan in place? It is not enough to make adjustments here and there, as that will not transform the rot that continues to produce these backlogs. We must therefore address the political and structural dysfunctions that create them. The Department of Health is hemorrhaging money through medical negligence lawsuits. Hundreds of millions of rands every year are paid out not simply because our healthcare workers are unqualified, but because they are overwhelmed, under-equipped, and unsupported. These millions could have repaired theaters, bought surgical implants, and staffed hospitals. We therefore demand a formal inquiry into the root causes of medical negligence in this province, and there must be consequences, not golden handshakes, not quiet transfers, but real accountability. Let us also dismantle the illusion that these failures are limited to the public sector. Private hospitals are plagued with their own set of problems: medical negligence, unethical billing, and unchecked profiteering. Patients are being failed in both systems. Independent oversight, transparent malpractice reporting, and a strict accountability must therefore extend to the private sector as well. The EFF, moreover, makes the following clear demands: an end to cadre deployment in hospital administration. We need skilled ethical leadership, not comrades and cronies in positions of power. That the MEC table a comprehensive provincial surgical recovery plan, not only for orthopedics, but for all surgical backlogs, with quarterly reporting to this House. That the private sector be held accountable when it benefits from the collapse of public health by hiking implant prices and profiting from public suffering. A centralized and transparent implant tracking system to eliminate procurement corruption and ensure cost-effective, safe medical devices. Skill retention incentives for orthopedic surgeons, including rural allowances to ensure that surgical marathons are sustainable and not just publicity stunts. Public-private partnership in underserviced rural areas with vetted, underutilized private facilities assisting in backlog reduction while we build public capacity. Recovery and reinvestment of funds lost to corruption through lifestyle audits, asset tracing, and prosecution of officials whose unexplained wealth exposes theft from the sick. We support this motion, but only if it leads to real action and is not another report filed and forgotten. Our people are suffering. We do not have the luxury of the delay. Let us furthermore stop pretending these crises are natural disasters. They are the result of the deliberate decisions, failed leadership, and systematic corruption. Let us fix what is broken, not just a brick, mortar, and specialized equipment, but in governance, ethics, and accountability. I thank you.
I will now call upon Honorable Mngcocho. Honorable Mngcocho, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, greetings to the Premier, the Executive, the honorable members. I rise today on behalf of the United Democratic Movement to express deep concern to the issue, to issue a strong call to action the catastrophic state of the Eastern Cape public health system, particularly regarding to the growing surgical backlog and the collapse of the essential hospital infrastructure in rural areas. This is not just a health crisis. It is a moral crisis. It is a constitutional crisis. Honorable members, the Eastern Cape Department of Health for decades has been subjected to chronic underinvestment, coupled with the persistent administrative failures. Today, the evidence is stark. Over 2,000 patients are currently waiting for surgical procedures. The majority of these are from rural, historically disadvantaged communities, where public hospitals often lack essential surgical equipment, fully functional operating theaters, post-operative care units. This means that in many parts of our province, patients who require urgent or elective surgeries are left to suffer indefinitely, sometimes until it is too late. Let us be absolutely clear, these delays are not merely logistical issues. They are life and death decisions being made by omission. Patients are enduring excruciating chronic pain, suffering from preventable progressive disabilities, losing limbs, mobility, and even their lives. The House must reckon with the fact that our failure to act decisively is costing lives and robbing families of loved ones who could have been saved. Honorable Deputy Speaker, how did we get here? Budgetary mismanagement has become a hallmark of our provincial health administration. Funds allocated to hospital infrastructure, essential equipment, and recruitment of medical staff are frequently delayed, misused, and redirected to non-core priorities. This fiscal negligence has had catastrophic consequences on an already fragile system. We cannot continue to speak of the progress.
Thank you so much,
when mothers.
Honorable Mngcocho. Your 3 minutes is over. Honorable Buya, your 3 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Enkosi Sekela Somlomo. It will be almost like we are repeating ourselves here. But ke Sekela Somlomo, this is not just a health system issue. This is a humanitarian crisis that affects the dignity, the quality of life, and the survival of thousands of our people out there. But what is clicking into my head is that in government departments, we've got departments that does not generate money, but they need money to be fully functional. The health department does not generate money. Education does not generate money. There are other departments that's supposed to generate money, that's supposed to support those who are not generating money. So for me, if we can identify a problem here its money. The budget that is budgeted for health system will never be able to buy all these machines. Because if we can sit and look, the majority of that budget goes to salaries and the running of the department. How can you go and work a farm of an orange, but you don't have a spade and a fork and a rake? The money is there to pay salaries and other things. How are you going to do your work? So here, if the budget can talk to the equipment that's supposed to run the health department, then we will never come across with ingxaki ezinje. But now ke ngoku lento ifunisa into yokuba ke sekela somlomo kwathina siyilendlu sihlaleni phansi sijongeni ukuthi physically what is budgeted for health department yanele na? If ayonelanga, what do we do? Or how do we solve that problem? Ukuze la mali yanele for ezazinto. Because otherwise, sizohlala lapha for the next 30 years, aphinde sibuye, sizoba lapha, sizoxoxa the same topic. Sixoxa ngale ndlela sixoxa ngayo. So for me, Sekela Somlomo, we need really to be realistic. Thank you very much.
Yabong. Thank you very much, Honorable Buya. I will now call upon Honorable Nyalambisa Mashweme. Order, honorable members, order.
Thank you.
Order, honorable members, let's allow Honorable Nyalambisa. I know that everyone is excited about Honorable Buya, but let's give him space. Honorable Nyalambisa, you have 15 minutes. Starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Honorable members, members in the gallery and in the public platforms. I greet you. Let me extend my special greetings to the BA, especially Honorable Buya. Honorable TS, I rise on behalf of the ruling party, ANC, to respond to the motion moved by Honorable Ekauli under Rule 131, which highlights the critical state of orthopedic implant surgeries in our province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, at the outset, allow me to confirm the challenges raised from the long waited list at Frere Hospital, Livingstone Hospital, and Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital Complex. To the delayed decentralization of surgeries to district and regional facilities are both noted and valid concerns. The plight of patients, many of whom are enduring chronic pain and reduced quality of life while awaiting orthopedic care, cannot and should not be ignored. Deputy Speaker, it is essential that we also recognize that challenges facing our public health institutions did not emerge in isolation or overnight. They are deeply rooted in structural inequalities and historic underinvestment that characterized our health system prior to 1994, Honorable Kauli. The deliberate marginalization of certain regions and communities during the apartheid era created entrenched disparities in healthcare access and infrastructure disparities, with which the democratic state has spent the past 3 decades working tirelessly to redress. As members of this House, we must reflect on the fact that the backlog on orthopedic surgeries is not simply a technical or administrative failure, but part of the ongoing struggle to reverse decades on neglect, underdevelopment, and unequal resources allocation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as ANC-led government in this province, we are duty-bound to strengthen our public health system so that no patient is left behind, regardless of geography, race, age, or income, which are variables enshrined in our Constitution.
The realization of the goal depends not only on fixing immediate operational failures, but on sustaining long-term investment in infrastructure and staffing. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is important to place this matter within its full context. As the honorable member, that is Honorable Kaule, is well aware, the demand for orthopedic services has been fueled by several complex and interwoven realities. One, the increase in life expectancy, which leads to a growing aged population requiring joint replacements. The rising incidences of trauma cases, many involving life-threatening infrastructures, driven by sometimes reckless behaviors of motorists and pedestrians. The impact of coronavirus disease, which created backlog that even globally health systems are still struggling to resolve. Honorable Deputy Speaker, here is the list of hospitals where significant progress is being made. 1, at Bedford Orthopedic Hospital, electrical supply disruption has been stabilized with a new backup generator, and theater capacity has been increased with the commissioning of 4th theater and acquisition of state-of-art prosthesis manufacturing equipment, reducing prosthesis waiting time from 3 years to 3 hours. At Frere Hospital, capacity was expanded through the addition of 90 orthopedic beds across Cecilia Makiwane and Frontier hospitals, along with appointment of orthopedic specialists. At Livingstone, Deputy Speaker, at Livingstone Hospital, preparations are underway to decentralize the planned surgeries to Doranginsa Hospital. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I must also emphasize that ANC government's commitment to decentralizing orthopedic surgeries includes these hospitals: Uitenhage Provincial, Butterworth, Matsikane Zulu, and Oliver Adelaide Tambo Regional have already begun participating in surgical services with special appointments ongoing. The ANC government is not blind to its constitutional obligations, especially the right to access healthcare as enshrined in Section 27 of the Constitution. It remains committed to improving both infrastructure and staffing. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as the governing party, we will not shirk from confronting the truth. Waiting lists are too long and lives are impacted. It must also be emphasized that while they might be long, at the end, our people do get a service fully subsidized by progressive ANC-led policies on health. Honorable Deputy Speaker, there is no need for this motion. Therefore, the ANC rejects the motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now call upon the Honorable MEC, Honorable Chapa. Honorable Chapa, you have 15 minutes. Your 15 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, the Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature. First, let me appreciate what has been said by MPL, Deputy Chair of Chairs. He has covered a lot of things. But the truth is, the government of the ANC has improved people's lives. As a result, you have an increase of life expectancy, which has unintended consequences because people now are living longer. As they are living longer, they require more attention in terms of medical assistance. Yes, already I highlighted all the issues that are the root cause, because you do not have to, when you are trying to address something, you must first understand the root cause. So we must first understand why do you have a backlog. It has already been highlighted that life expectancy contributes. At the same time, trauma cases does have an impact, as it was already highlighted by Honorable Cowley as well, that trauma cases are prioritized because they are emergency as compared to the elective surgeries. So we tend to focus more on the emergency ones. And again, we need to understand that as the country and as a province, 90% of the population depends entirely on the public health system. And one thing that we are observing as well as the department is the fact that there are people, when they are running short of funds in their medical aids, they are dumped in our institutions and they contribute to the backlog. And others are dishing out their medical aids because they can't afford medical aids. Therefore, they become our responsibility as the public health. And also, the medical aids are also not keen to take these operations because they are costly. They tend to divert them to the public system, which contributes to the backlog that we have as the public sector. It's also important to understand that we have put systems in place that talks to the infrastructure and healthcare technology upgrades, structured payment plans for implants of supplies, and the decentralization of special services. When you talk about Bedford, you must understand that you talk about 65% of trauma cases that are operated in Bedford. Also understand that the entire former Transkei, including the areas of Amatole and Christiani, also depend entirely in the Bedford Hospital. So you are bound to be faced with the trauma. Of course, this is attributed to the systematic challenges of the previous, that was said by Deputy Chair of Chairs, that the apartheid, it did this structurally. That is why you've got only one facility that is catering for the entire Transkei, former Transkei. So we ought to understand the root cause of the backlog. But as much as we understand and appreciate the challenges that we are raising, in terms of Bedford, we've put interventions, as already mentioned, that we have put a generator because there were outrages. It's also made sure that we increase the number of theaters. And now we've got the fourth one that is commissioned. It's up and running. Previously we were operating for 5 days, but now we're operating 7 days a week. When we talk about the state-of-the-art processes on site, remember, people were waiting for a very long period to get these processes, but they only wait for 3 hours, which is commendable because it does contribute to the reduction of the backlog. And again, when I was here 2 weeks ago, I tabled a policy speech, and one of the things that I mentioned was, as the department, we are now expanding to St. Elizabeth for minor surgeries, especially for orthopedics. This is what I presented. I am hoping that you can still remember that. But if you don't, I am here to remind you. And again, I will now speak to the facts. In terms of the performance in the quarter of 2024-2025, the actual output was 639. In the quarter 2, 2024-2025, the actual output was 660. And in quarter 3, we declined at 437. In quarter 4, we increased to 519. This is a reflection that what the interventions that we've put place in Bedford are really giving us good results. That is why you can see the output. We also say in January, we had about 188 planned surgeries. Operations that were done was 163. 25 were cancelled. Sometimes we cancel because people pass away, others they feel that they go to private sector, so there are quite a number of reasons why we cancel, but there were 25 cancellations, which gives us 87% of the planned surgeries. In February, 211 was planned, 107 was done, that was 80%. March, 211 was done, 110 was planned, 186 was done, which gives us 88%. It shows that the interventions that we put in place in Bedford are giving us the good results. When we talk about FRE, the challenge of FRE is the space. We do have specialists, but the issue is the space. That is why we have now expanded to Frontier Hospital and Cecilia Makiwane. Cecilia Makiwane gave us 30 beds, and Cecilia Makiwane gave us 60 beds, and Frontier gave us 30 beds. So we are able to operate because we do not have the challenge of the workforce in FRE. We only have the challenge of space. That is why we're expanding to these 2 hospitals, which, for that matter, are not tertiary hospitals, but are regional hospitals. Lastly, when it comes to Livingston, we have already said by Deputy Chair of Chairs, we've got a planned surgery services for Dora Nginza, fully understanding that Dora is also a district hospital, also a regional hospital. It is not a tertiary hospital. That is why we are saying we have already started to expand the service that we say will take to the district and regional hospitals. The financial constraints, especially pressure on putting a pressure on our equitable share, have slowed down the plans, but in this financial year, we are definitely going to make sure that that project of DORA is implemented. And again, improved payment of equipment. We want to confirm that 172 million as of end of March was paid to our suppliers. The only invoices that have not been paid are the invoices that have not been submitted to us as the department. All those that were submitted have been paid by the department as of end of March. We put facts on the table. In the new financial year of 2025-2026, we have set aside a budget of 829 million for all these equipment that I'm talking about. And also in terms of the decentralization of the surgery services, a UPH, it's fully operational, assisted by the Livingston specialist. Butterworth, minor surgeries are done using FRE specialist. Ematsigane Zulu, minor surgeries are also done by the specialist from Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. Oliver Adelaide Tambo, we've already commissioned a C-arm machine. I heard our Honorable Kaule saying we don't need fancy machines and all. You cannot operate without that C-arm machine if you're talking about orthopedics. And it doesn't cost less than 3.2 million. So you must first have the machine, have the space, then you can commission. So as long as you do not have the equipment, you do not have the space, you are unable to commission. So we've already started in Oliver Adelaide Tambo to commission. We are making sure, and it will also be assisted by Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. Before I conclude, Chair, I want to indicate that in terms of the staff shortage, when I was here tabling my policy speech, I said we are going to employ 28 medical specialists. We are going to employ 53 specialist nurses and 10 allied health professionals using the grant. So it means we do have money to employ these. All we are doing now is our annual recruitment plan. So we are going to have specialists. And again, as I said earlier, that it's not a child's play to have those equipment, Ms. Kotoi. As I said to you earlier, you need about 3.2 million to have one machine. So that's a lot of money that the government is spending in order to provide these services. As I conclude, it's important that as a department, we are focusing on its commitment to reducing the waiting time despite the fiscal shortfalls. Our dedicated clinical teams go beyond the call of duty to ensure that our plans do take place. We'll continue to forge partnerships with capable NGOs like IMDAD Beyond Zero and other NGOs that are willing to work with us. We are just waiting for them to meet with their boards, and then we conclude our partnership so that we can continue with our marathons. So we do have plans to have such a marathon, but we are just still waiting for our partners to conclude their plans. Once those agreements are signed, then we'll continue. We've also forged a partnership with the Road Accident Fund that is going to assist in making sure that we deal with the backlog of the surgeries. Again, what is important is prevention that is better than cure. We are working closely with the Department of Transport, Liquor Board, and SAPS, and traditional leaders, so that we educate our people, because one of the things that is causing these backlogs for our facilities are the trauma cases. So if we encourage people to drive safe and make sure that there are no trauma cases, then we'll definitely reduce backlog. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kapa. Honorable members, I put the draft resolution. Are there any objections? Are there any objections? Are there any objections, honorable members? All right, thank you. Honorable members, the motion has been objected, honorable members. No, I thought you heard them most. Yeah, I can't. It has been rejected, honorable members. And that concludes the discussion on this matter and the business of the day. The House will adjourn until tomorrow, Thursday, the 24th of April, 2025 at 2 o'clock for the consideration of reports. The House is adjourned.